Yeah.
No, I'm gonna get it on my own.
The question is always how. How do you get from, the want and the outrage and and that second message about the depression and feeling like it's just wrong. How do you get from there to an effective system of government that looks at the rights of the people, that preserves those basic human rights, that enables people to live to their potential? And that's always the hard bit. I've been down that road several times. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I went to. Yeah, it's probably. Yeah, it might be the noise suppression shit. I'm outside. Thinks the wind is evil. Yeah. So this farsighting thing, they were looking 300 years into the future, um, and they said there's sort of four types of futures. There's ones where we embrace technology or we reject technology, and there's ones where we embrace community or we reject community and individualistic. And I think today, there's you can see those sort of four directions, and there's sects of people that are in each direction, whether they embrace technology to for good, head to that sort of the Star Trek future where we've both embraced community and technology, or the sort of water world where um, you know, we've rejected the individualistic society. We want to live as a community, but we're embracing the technology. And also, there's the sort of the Mad Max future where we reject technology and we reject this collective, doing things together. And I think all of those possible futures are within our grasp, and it's a way of they were saying in the seminar, essentially pick three, try and aim towards three of them. What happens if people accept technology? What happens if they reject it? What happens if people keep on with their individualistic, I matter the most, or society matters the most? And I think, if you think about it this way, you can find an idea or a policy that can match with three of those ideas, and that way you get the most people, you get people along that that see your vision and can follow it. And too often in this sort of community, we focus, say, on tech or or not, and it's we don't often think. Sometimes it's about building community. It's about embracing the things that help that community. And there are still people that want to be out there on their own, and they only trust themselves. And hey, you've got to cater for that too. So yeah, just a few thoughts into the mix. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so wasteful in society, but there is, and that comes back to that individualistic or collective. Are we working for the good of all, or are we just sort of, well, it's convenient for me, it works for me.
Can I just add, whoever was talking about, was that Mangi or Mass
Yeah,
that was talking about the community versus the individualistic? Do you know in what your statement, and I'm not picking on you in any regard, but in your statement, do you understand that there is a glaring contradiction? Like, we don't even understand community because we're so self-involved and individualistic.
Oh, totally. Yeah, yeah. So I mean, these are sort of, this is 300 years in the future. What the ideal that we're aiming for, and yeah, sure, it's very hard to get past that individualistic, that need to sort out myself and do good for myself, to look past yourself.
I just picked up a book called The Enemies of Anarchy by Robert Hunter today at a farmer's market. And this book was written in the 1970s, and just the preface, which is now 52 years old,
Nice.
just to show you just how far we have not come, is so connected to what we're experiencing right now. And it just shows that the micromanagement of our lives does not let us escape individualistically, because they have control over the process. I don't know if anybody can hear me. For some reason, it seemed to go quiet.
No, all good. I heard you. I was just putting the trash out. Yeah.
Well, we don't even have the courage or knowledge to reach out to our own local governments. You know, they make all that. This is what I find interesting, right? What you're talking about, Nizer, is the technology that we consider to make our life so convenient is actually slowly, but not even slowly. It's actually making us complacent and less interactive. From the debit card making money non-tangible, right? So now we don't have the emotional, social
Yeah.
associated of spending
You
money,
don't see it
right?
running out.
Yeah, exactly. So like all these things that we have been told to make our lives more convenient, more accessible, give you more time, what they've done is taking that time that they've afforded you in these apps, these processes, these conveniences, is actually stolen that time from you in other exacerbated areas.
Yeah. Yes, you see it in general society as well. Just people that are afraid to help because liability, because hey, it's not. I've been told it's not my problem.
But it again, here we are with it's like a concentrated mass state of confusion, right? Like you can't do this unless you get that done, and you can't get that done unless you do this, right? So even in our current present times with COVID, right? They're causing more confusion about COVID and your availability to travel. And when you start to travel, the amount of it's almost like a scientific maze for mice, right? How many times is the mouse going to run to the dead ends before it actually finds the cheese? And that's all the different forms and everything you have to sign in order to do international travel. And you can either run into so many dead ends that you just give up. You give up all hope or chances of understanding exactly what is required of you. And that's kind of what they've done now that this is becoming more of the prevalent narrative. That's kind of what they've done throughout history is actually cause just mass state confusion in like you were saying, how to start up your own business. The common person will not take the initiative to understand the steps because it gets too convoluted instead of just a simple sheet that explains step by step. You need to talk to this person. Once you talk to this person, you go to this person. And instead, you go to that person, and that person gives you 3 other directions to go.
Yeah.
Does that all make sense?
Yeah, it is. It is like a maze, and working in tech, you often get into that thing where you're designing the solution for yourself, and not really thinking about the end user, the person who just doesn't understand this, and too often these systems are created and these procedures are created by people who think they know. But I think you've really got to engage people. You've got to listen to the people. In New Zealand, we call it kōrero, listening, talking, discuss how it affects you, how it affects your community, how it affects your life. And I think you've got to build those processes by listening to people and listening to their pain points and the problems they have. And so a thing like yours, where it's obvious that you could just go to the sheriff and and they should be able to help, but that particular person is there for, I don't know, keeping the peace, not for signing the forms. Mm. Yeah, they've done the bare minimum to fulfill the goal of having some documentation about the process, but it's documenting the fact that it, yeah, it's like help files. You go for help and they just tell you what the feature is, not about how to use it. But there's a lot to be said for hey, if for example, I don't know what to call you, EA disclaimer. If you've been through the process, write the procedure down, what you did, and share that with others. Much like you're doing now, you share your frustrations, but also share what worked for the next poor sod that comes along trying to do the same thing. They're just trying to get this accomplished. If they knew they had to go to this one and then that's
look at what we've.
Yeah. Go on. Yeah.
Manji, you can call me either ETD or just Eat is fine enough.
Eat.
But on another note,
funnily enough, Manji, it was back when the internet would only accept 6 to 8 characters, and I was trying to fit menagerie in, but it turns out Manji is a French verb for eating.
Oh, that's funny.
That's funny.
That's
so
funny.
Eat and the French verb for eating. Anyway, go on.
I like that correlation. To explain that. So what we've done though, look at how long YouTube's been out, right? And how it organically grown into be what we need as a video tutorial. Only a video tutorial on imagery. Coming in our then get things. So course of down this route to less understanding with.
Is it just me, or is you breaking up for everyone?
But go this.
Turn off the torrents.
Water. Let me figure it, and I'll go back. a little bit stronger.
Yeah, it's not really coming through clearly. You may need a little bit more bandwidth for your voice channel.
Oh no.
Looks like it's reconnecting. But yeah, like a public wiki or something along those lines that outlines these stories and not just the gripes, but how to do it better. If anyone can edit it, then the next time someone goes through that process, they can say, you go to this place and then this place. Yeah. Heck, having a QR code next to the county sheriff's office that you scan and it takes you to the procedure. If you're standing in line here, here's what you should do.
Okay, so can you guys hear me better now?
Yeah, that's much better.
Okay. Yeah, I was outside smoking a and what I was telling you, if you look at the migration
Are you like me?
curves
Once you
and
get
the
talking,
organic
you get outside.
growth of YouTube, we have gone on from reading to watching
Yeah. Well, yeah. So as I was saying, if it's something that's particular to a location or a thing, if you're physically there, then something like a QR code or something, or a short URL taped to a billboard. As you're standing there, it's you're sitting there waiting in the queue. You suddenly get some info on a shortcut. Who knows? Yeah.
Can you
I'm a
hear me now?
Yeah.
Is it coming through clearly? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah. It is.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a big geo sort of freak, so I like things that are you go to a location and here it pops up all the relevant stuff for that location. But I recognize that doesn't work for everyone.
So actually, Manji, what I was listening to your QR code. Can you imagine? Because it's becoming less and less. But can you imagine if you could do a tutorial on financial understanding, right? Considering the climate that we're in with hyperinflation and everything that's going on in our financial markets, which is controlling us and our sort of exacerbating our anxieties and other forms of emotional or mental stability. Can you imagine if you could come up with a QR code that would take you to a website that would run you through a video tutorial on understanding financial market, which you could then start stamping onto US dollar bills? Because then people would start, because that changes hands all the time, and people would start scanning that. It would be the fastest way of advertising a website.
I don't know how the law works in the US, but certainly in where I live, there's laws against defacing currency. It's I suppose that you'd call a federal crime.
Yeah.
So just watch that kind of thing. But yeah, putting it near to areas where this sort of happens, and heck, I used to spread little bits of paper with URLs on them 15 years ago. You'd slip them in people's hands and give them to people.
Yeah, well, this is what. So I'm currently in Ireland right now, so I don't know if it's the same over in the UK, that like defacing, the dollar bill or any sort of monetary paper is considered a federal offense, or like you said, whatever government is ruling. But even though we have these laws, you have, like in the US, like people will write where has George been, which is like a .com, where you then put the serial number of the dollar bill, the said dollar bill that's in your hand,
Nice.
into a database. So people deface federal money all the time. The only thing is you would need the website to have no ownership or have restricted ownership, so that way no one could find out who it is linked back to once you're stamping a QR code on any sort of monetary paper. That's all you
pretty
need to do.
It's pretty essential if you're going down that road to decouple these kind of things. There can't be intent. You can't create the website with the intent to deface bills. But if you provide resources and say, hey, you can stamp this on stuff, or whatever it is, if it's a short URL that you can physically write, then yes, money is just one of the things that can be put on, and that's up to the individual really if they put it on money. Putting it on the form that you have to fill in to get that on the deposit slip or whatever might be a better idea.
Yeah, a deposit slip or whatever, like our checks that we get that say non-negotiable, or because they're being automatically deposited. If you could find anything that changes hands, so many hands so quickly or on a consistent basis, to put a QR code on that would link you to some sort of educational video, then you'd start getting people to that understanding of financial freedom. But again, this is not something our government wants, because if our government wanted it, they would already put a QR code already imprinted in the monetary paper.
Yeah. Well, it was just something I noticed when I was in China, in Beijing. That everywhere, and everything all revolves around it. You use codes for money, you use it for making friends, you use it for whatever. Use it for figuring out your bank, all sorts, and it just becomes a way of life. I know it's not really the way of life in a lot of societies and cultures, but being able to leave little deposits of information or links or things for other people to pick up is a great way of building that sort of community and bringing people back together. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I was quite discouraged recently. I've got a young child that's sort of starting school, and went along and saw the sort of large sort of class sizes where, due to COVID, they've combined the class together. And they're just, it's essentially managed play. They're not teaching much. They're just sort of making sure the kids are there all day. And it's kind of like, what am I doing? Oh, arguments for homeschooling are just sort of popping back up in my head. I was homeschooled, mate. If I had the
Well, our
time.
school system, our educational system is not an educational system. It's a school system now.
Yeah.
We don't educate. I think Nicer was here when I was talking about how we're the taking away cursive handwriting in our school system is actually going to make it completely detrimental for, like, in 2 to 3 generations, for kids to decipher our old books,
Yeah.
or even our Constitution, for that matter. It's going to look like hieroglyphics, which they won't be able to decipher or read because they won't understand cursive handwriting.
Yeah. I can see that happening. If well, I mean, if our kids have only ever spoken to a computer and typed on a keyboard and written stuff, what? Yeah. If any, go nice. Yeah, I've totally seen that. I moved from a reasonably well paid job into volunteering for an organisation. Hey, we did a lot of good stuff. There was some campaigns that saw 400 million impressions, but it wasn't paying as much. But I had a lot of time, and so then I needed the money, so I went back into full time work, and it's amazing how you just don't have the time anymore. It's just ridiculous, you know, getting paid minimum wage to not do anything for 8 hours a day. Oh yeah, I mean, totally. Yeah, Oh yeah, no, it's reasonably crap here. It's reasonably crap here. I mean, I mean, teachers try their best, but they're underfunded, overworked, and just can't fit what they need to into the day. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I look at my my division of time. There's 6 hours at home. 12 hours at work, and well, the rest is pretty much sleep. You got that 6 hours to eat your meals and do your stuff, and well, then it's to sleep so you can wake up for the next shift. It's a fun life. I don't either. Yeah. Got 3 hours of Netflix in that, right? Yeah. Uh, yeah, well, it's so hard, to make those connections and feel, I suppose, welcomed in your local community. People may have tried it and they've decided it's too hard. Their support group for whoever it is on the internet's much more welcoming than them, and they don't actually have to physically meet them. But maybe that is the solution. Maybe we do start clustering online, making those connections, you know, geographic through the internet. If we can't figure out the community next to us, But saying that, I've been really encouraged recently. I joined a community, well, geographically half a nation away, but just that acceptance and welcoming and that sort of feeling of family is amazing. Yeah, it's crazy. And I've never physically met any of these people. So I think it's possible to build community even when we are so isolated and individualistic. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, maybe that is the solution. I'm going back to my idea, back at when I was trying to pimp things and tell people about events and things. I used to make the little bits of paper that I'd hand to people. You can pretty much do that in your local store. You still got your mask on and you're meant to stay, but you can sort of indicate, hey, pick this up. Someone's gonna, because they're lonely, they're isolated, they want to do something. Who knows? But the other thing is, having that time to do it. Are you going to sacrifice an hour of Netflix to spend some time talking to a person or gaming? Yeah. Yep. You get a good bit of biodiverse immunity from that kind of stuff. Playing out in the dirt. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. I'm less than 100 milliseconds away from some freedom of speech. It's awesome how the internet can connect us. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I'm hanging out washing, enjoying some sun. listening to the birds around me, thinking about how shit the world is. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's a lovely little community, but it's much the same thing. I probably know three of the people around me, and that's only because I opened up my Wi-Fi and said, "Hey, free Wi-Fi." Yeah, we have a local sort of community sort of food drop off thing where you can drop off any extras you've got. So that helps bring the community together. But obviously with COVID, it's been closed more often than open. Yeah, essential service. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, well, as I was saying earlier, if we do fall in that trap of embracing technology, but rejecting community, it's the sort of Tron future for us, rather than the Star Trek future. And I think we all want Waterworld rather than Mad Max. So I suppose the lesson in there is, we do need to find this community again.
Actually, I wouldn't mind taking Mad Max at this point because at least there would be some overthrow of the powers that be or the families in control.
Anarchy, yeah.
Yeah, there would be actual community in anarchy to some degree. Right now, what we have is a lack of community.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think I've heard it said of Islam that the draw of Islam is the structure and the rules and the where you stand, and I think the same can be said for that sort of Mad Max community. You know what the rules are. It's live or not. And you know where you stand. And I think too often in society we don't know where we stand, and there's so many confusing rules. Yeah, don't ask for permission. Apologize afterwards. Yeah, Yeah. 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 Same with phones, and same with most of modern produced technology. It's so disappointing, really. Um, yeah. Saying that, it is encouraging to see there's somewhat of a sort of popular uprising towards corporate responsibility and looking at the full life cycle of processes. It's encouraging to see, but it's still, there's no money in it. You're not going to make money. You're going to keep the people happy, and so I think our role as the people is to make sure we voice our displeasure. If it's costing them money, then it's worth it for them to invest in making their processes less stupid.
Well, that's why we won't. That's
Yeah.
why we won't push that comfort to being too far. We're going to push it to the edge of nearing breaking that comfort. But the other thing is I don't think we could have another world war at this point, because there's too many countries with too many weapons that I think.
If anything, it'd be like a Cold War again. Yeah, the hatred on both sides will build up to the point where no one wants to talk to each other. No progress is made.
Well, I think that's why we're getting into these bio wars. I mean, look in the late '90s and the early 2000s when we were already talking about bio warfare. It was being exploited then, or at least discussed, because I mean the narrative is there. See, this is where we just got to open our eyes, right? If you look back at the movies of Contagion and Outbreak and these movies that were like kind of describing some animal-based outbreak or virus, and then biowarfare was starting to become more in the narrative, and then all of a sudden it's silenced, and then all of a sudden we have the SARS-1 breakout, and then that got suppressed pretty quickly. And I think that's because of how heavily hit Taiwan was at the time when SARS-1 did break out, and how it then migrated over to the US and they started calling it the swine flu and all these other things. And then what was it? So SARS-1 was 98, right? Or 96?
Yeah,
Or not 96, sorry. It was SARS-1 was
late 90s.
2016, wasn't it? Or was it late 90s?
I
Where is
remember
that?
working with it around the turn of the century.
Yeah.
In this way, there was the mad scramble to do a bunch of things for
To minimize the
so-
outbreak.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
and
Taiwan got
funnily
pretty much
enough,
shut down.
like
Taiwan,
15, 20 years ago, we seem to have forgotten those lessons that we learned back there, though. I mean,
yeah, but that's what they
it's,
want.
Have
That's
we
what they
forgotten
want.
them?
They
you
don't
know,
want us. They don't
Have
want
we
us to
forgotten them,
remember.
or enough of us have forgotten them for them to implement them again with a generation that is not old enough or doesn't live long enough to remember the
yeah.
past?
Yeah, well,
Well,
that's probably the truth. A lot of the people in these industries working there, weren't there for the past one. Heck, they weren't around when YouTube was
And at the
created.
moment, what's happening is that this virus is attacking the elderly that are extremely old in their 70s and 80s. These are the people that do remember. These are
Yeah.
the people
exactly.
that hold the information and the knowledge that they've tried to write over or rewrite in some cases completely. So, there's a lot happening at the moment on many different
Yeah.
fronts.
And it's hard to look at it all and not see some sort of conspiracy or some
Well,
higher order
look,
trying to
I
push
agree
it.
with you. I agree with you. But what's even harder to watch and sit back is that these people, right, with this empty rhetoric slogan, are jumping up and down going, we are doing this for your own good. We are trying
Oh
to
yeah,
help. And at the end of all of this, they're going to try and lean on that by saying, we were only doing what we thought was right. Now, we got to remember the amount of data that has been coming in of damages and deaths that has been suppressed, while on the other hand, they've been selling COVID deaths to try and make it more and more scary and to ramp up the body count.
Well, they don't even want the COVID deaths. They're changing the narrative so much from a COVID death to keep it from it actually being a vaccine death or a vaccine complication. The whole COVID thing, I know I led into this with SARS 1 and 2, and the rhetoric of SARS and narrative of SARS being kind of suppressed or weighted. It's been so long since that has come out, so that way we forget how locked down Taiwan was, how they ended up suppressing it so quickly. I mean, that was an amazing feat for a country when
There
SARS
was a
hit
couple of
them.
other amazing things during that time, because you're correct with, what you've said so far, but what you've missed out on saying is that they had a vaccine ready for those, the swine flu and the bird flu, right? And both of those years later, after the long-term results had come in, caused massive lawsuits against the companies that made them due to damages specifically to women and their reproductive system.
Mm-hmm. And
Now,
COVID, we're just clicking the terms of agreement. I know, Venderman, I talked to you. You heard me last time. This whole
yes,
terms of agreement that we're just clicking away. It's like we just are numb to it for some reason. And you're absolutely right that the virus did affect the elderly first to get rid of the narrative of like old stories that actually lived through it and understand how to live through something like this, to where these younger generations just will blindly follow.
they're completely lost without the elders' guidance. And if you remove the guiding elders from the family group, from the family structure, and then you segregate those family members away from other family members, they're less likely to turn to family for support, advice, and guidance,
Yeah.
and more likely to turn to the government, which is what they want.
Yeah, you can see that.
Yeah, you can. I didn't even think about that. You remove the cornerstone of any family, you remove the information. So you kind of remove, I guess, the historical perspective.
Yes.
So once you remove that historical perspective, just like we were talking about with book burnings and everything,
Your
and
connection
turning,
to the past disappears.
yeah, and then you can rewrite the information moving forward. So therefore, that can be injected in any format or in any narrative.
Later on down the line, when the people are worrying about something else, you can sneak it out for the next generation to stumble across.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Yep. Well, they're too busy. The young are too busy taking half nude selfies to put on Instagram, so their friends would think that they're cool. I mean, this is the kind of society we're developing for our young children. You know what I mean? Like, who can get their ass to twerk the best for their friends to hit the most amount of likes on Instagram.
Well, it's all changing in how our brain releases sort of the chemistries that make us feel good or give us some sort of accomplishment.
And we've been
And then,
conditioned to that because those things can be learned. Just as they can be learned, they can be unlearned.
so
Yeah.
this is where I think with what's going on with Facebook, I think they won't be able to completely annihilate or erase Facebook because it was like the predecessor for, well, I mean, MySpace, and you can go back to Hot or Not if you've been around long enough, right? To understanding the psychological effects and chemical releases that happen from likes or, reading other people's, social interactions via some internet platform. I don't think they will be able to completely eradicate Facebook because it is almost like a test lab for people.
It's too integrated for the FBI, NSA. It gives them too much reach in every single country. I just can't see Facebook being removed, considering the double-edged sword that it is, and the amount of power it gives them to be able to sort of manipulate the public on a massive scale, targeting specific countries purely through the platform that they have in place.
And the only way that you would see it completely flatline is if, like what I was talking about with Martin Luther King, is actually if we had like a mass boycotting of Facebook, because not only would they lose their reach, they would also lose the monetary stability that's coming in through Facebook to fund more of these private sectors.
Well, once upon a time, it was unheard of for you not to have a Facebook. Now it's becoming more and more common. And if people do have a Facebook, they're not using their real names. So,
No,
don't get me wrong, there are a lot of people that put all of their details on Facebook. I mean, I even know of some individuals, which will remain nameless, who like to do drug deals using Facebook Messenger, which is probably the most stupidest
Hey, it's
thing you could ever
convenient,
do.
right?
But that's the whole point is that it's convenient for a reason. And it records every conversation. Even after you've deleted it, it's still there on their
Yeah.
records. So,
If you're ever using it, switch to encrypted mode at least as a start.
but don't go, I mean, doing drug deals on
Well,
Facebook. Oh, for God's sakes, really? I'm sure that's
it
how.
was interesting. I shared, I think yesterday, the recent spike in COVID Delta outbreaks has been linked to a whole bunch of gang activity. The gang members are taking it back to the tinny houses and spreading it amongst the families and it's just
Those are the reports. Remember that, because at the moment, keep in mind that as the vaccination rate has increased, so has the breakouts. So
Which
there is a
only,
correlation here.
yeah, there is a correlation, and it's. I just don't. How do you? So okay, we can sit here. This is where I got. If you guys don't mind, we can sit
Don't
here
mind
and
at all.
complain about any narrative that I think we're intelligent enough to discuss and tear apart.
And that's what this is a
historically.
discussion, an open discussion to just theorize some ideas. None of this is what we're saying it is. We're just theorizing. We're just playing with ideas.
Yeah.
The idea is to explore an idea without having to accept it.
No, exactly, and that's what I love. But what about the solution to the problem? Like, how do you find a solution in this day and age, right? With
At this
everything that
point,
we're talking about. Yeah.
research as much as you can to share it on a small scale. I mean, there are other things we can do at the same time. But for starters, just people researching material that is vetted, peer reviewed, or waiting to be peer reviewed, or waiting to be, published. There's a couple of websites. I mean, PubMed is not a bad one because it allows for you to read papers that are waiting to be published. So some of them have been peer reviewed, others are waiting to be peer reviewed in that section. But you get a good mix. So, you sort of just check the data that you're passing, check the validity of it, check the sources, and just sort of, if we pass the right data around that is irrefutable, truth speaks for itself. You know what I mean? And people start to question. And don't judge each day by the harvest you reap, but by the seeds that you sow. Because everybody
No,
takes
absolutely
time to
true.
reprocess this. Because this is big. This is huge. And to really sort of process it properly with your own instrumentality takes time. I mean, it takes time to get all of the information in, let alone to process it.
yeah. Are there any good roadmaps for society out there that we should be looking at?
From what I'm seeing, there are many roadmaps, there are many journeys, there are many perspectives on how to fix it, how to solve it, and they're all right, and in some ways all wrong. But together, everybody working for the same goal, I think, is more important than focusing on one approach. Because with everybody working separately, but towards the same goal, everybody's coming up with different ways of fixing the same problem. You know what I mean? There's more than one way to skin a cat, and
Including soaking it in cream, I once heard added.
indeed. So it's how do you turn a cat into a dog? You douse it in petrol and light a match. But the point is,
Wolf.
it's one of those things where it's not going to be one solution. So don't expect one magic solution to fix this. It'll be a bunch of solutions that will seem small, by themselves, but when you group them together, the impact becomes big.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got to be able to cut it, and if you know what you're doing, you actually don't waste anything. Even the bones can be used for the garden when ground up. So none of the animal actually goes to waste at all. Well, the slaughtering of an animal used to be a village group event, and that way everybody would get fresh meat on the same day and get their portion, and then they would be responsible for looking after their portion. You know what I mean? They would either smoke it or whatever. G'day.
I was just thinking back to my childhood where we used to get half of a beast, put it on the kitchen table and lay into it. I remember pulling out the circular saw and the garden implements to sort of chop it up. But that was the way. It was a family affair. You slaughtered, chopped it up, and that was your meat for the next 6 months.
To say the least. To say the least. And everybody in the community benefited from that one animal that got slaughtered.
Oh, totally.
A lot of Indigenous communities are very sort of social when it comes to food. In fact, one of their ways in Aboriginal culture of dealing with ADD children, or what is classed as ADD children, is to turn hunting and gathering into a competition. And usually the kids that would be considered ADD would catch more fish. They would catch more kangaroos. They would get more berries, because for them it was a competition, and their reward was they would get to feed a larger majority of the tribe than somebody who didn't catch as many fish. And the extra fish were passed to other members of the group.
Yep, I can totally see that in my kids. Making them work towards a goal or do something. They follow it with a passion.
Yes. Yes. So they didn't have to give them Ritalin or bloody methamphetamines. They just got them to do what they do naturally. And these so-called ADD kids would have actually been drugged beyond their eyeballs if they were in current society.
Yeah.
It's just that there's more than one way to solve a problem, and the West seems to look for quick fixes that don't require much effort. And there's no shortage of companies, especially Big Pharma, who we've got a drug for that. You want old people to have erections? Yeah, we got a drug for that too.
Well, that was one of the memes I saw was, Pfizer's not trying to kill us all with the vaccine. They want us alive so they can feed us Viagra when we get old.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. And there's a means to an end. There is method to their madness. One of the big things that is around the corner is
they only want to kill off the non-virile ones.
The one thing that is around the corner is mass automation, which is going to leave a lot of people without work. And if you look at some of their statistical studies, they consider people over a certain age group as unretrainable. So they consider that, whether it's you personally, they've already just written you off as a person that cannot be retrained. So therefore, you would be a detriment to the system that is coming. Now, that's a bit harsh for somebody else to decide that on your behalf without actually giving you a chance to even test those abilities. Exactly. Well, you gotta understand how the education system has been structured. They don't want intelligent people. They've given you just enough skills to be intelligent enough to operate the machinery that they need, so you could be a cog wheel in their grand machine. Oh, I'm definitely for teaching girls martial arts. Boys, I'd have to wait till they get a certain age before I teach them martial arts. Last thing you want to do is give somebody violent the ability to turn them into a weapon.
Yeah.
Some people struggle. Some people,
Yeah.
I agree with you,
Yeah.
but I got to say,
Totally.
with my son, I must admit, I'll give it some time before I teach him martial arts. But my daughter, on the other hand, will be learning it from the moment she can walk.
Yeah. Well, so I went through. I just watched a young kid who was very uncoordinated, and he was playing soccer, and just just not paying attention. Took him along to a martial art, a defensive based one rather than a offensive one.
Yep, always
Hapkido.
learn defense first.
Yeah, I mean it's essentially what they teach. Well, I think they teach it to police for how to
Aikido.
defend themselves. Hapkido, this one,
I've
combat
done
Hapkido.
Aikido.
Yeah. So and that really did help with that sort of focus and discipline and just knowing where he stood. The self confidence was just I think the key, really knowing where he stood and confidence in his own abilities.
It's interesting
So I'd
as you start.
recommend it for that kind of
Agreed.
installing that sort of structure into someone who's very unstructured. I never had that. I'm way too unstructured.
No, I agree with everything you've just said.
Cool.
The school system definitely needs a paradigm shift in the way it's structured. Like it's right now, it's in the form of a production line where the most important thing is the date of the production of your child. So that way he can be grouped with other children that were produced in that year. So you can put them through the production line and spit them out, and hopefully they'll become the desired cog for the wheel, for the machine that, where they'll find their place. But don't you dare go, free thinking or being an individual or any of that, special snowflake kind of shit, because we don't tolerate that stuff.
I must admit, when I was probably about 10 or 11, I had a teacher who saw the potential in me and a few other of my classmates, and used to take us aside and say, "Hey, let's go where we want to go." And
If it wasn't for those teachers, right,
yeah,
things would be a lot different and a lot worse, because it's teachers like that that are actual true born teachers.
yeah, take you out of the system because they see, that
The
you're
potential
destined.
within you. Yes,
They're
that
not
you're
just trying to do the
divergent.
basics to make you survive. They actually say, "Hey, you can go somewhere." And
You can not only
remember,
survive but thrive.
yeah, and I just remember the potential and possibilities that opened up for me. It was sort of my digital fatherhood. I remember as a sort of 10, 11-year-old doing a video conference with one of these electronic whiteboards with the University of Hawaii. This was in the 90s. And,
Wow.
it was like, wow, we can talk to these people all the way around the other side of the world, and we can send them pictures. And
Back then, that was huge.
yeah, well, I don't think we could send them pictures, but that took hours. But you could move a cursor around and paint things on a screen.
But that was huge for that time of
Oh, it was massive. And there was a fiber optic cable or something out of the, that went through Hawaii, and that's how it worked.
Yeah.
No one was having to pay for the internet back then. It was just a link.
Yes.
Anyway, that to some degree birthed my interest in technology. Was just seeing the possibilities as a young kid.
I was always into robotics, computers, technology, anything and everything to do with science.
Huge.
So, Venderman, I found the fact that you brought up the hunting and gathering for the ADHD. I went and found the book. It's called The Edison. Sorry. It's called The Edison Gene. I just sent it to you. It's The Edison Gene, ADHD, and the Gift of the Hunter's Child. So Edison and Einstein were also both considered. Yeah, you're welcome. It's a really good book. So I
knew
ADHD.
Einstein was considered one of those children, but I wasn't sure about Edison. There wasn't enough literature for me to sort of go back through his biography, if you know what I mean.
Well, his brain. So Einstein's brain was actually cut up. A section of it was cut up and put on slides. And they found connections between the current ADHD and some of the neuroreceptor patterns.
Why am I not surprised?
Yeah, that correlate. I mean, he lacked common sense, but he was a brilliant mind because he was searching for other things, Because
for the first several years of his early life, he didn't speak either. His whole thing was visualization in his mind, and that part that controls the ability of visualization in your mind was far more advanced than his speech centers, which later on, sort of picked up.
Yeah, well, so this is one of the things that I've been working on, because I like I said, I was classified ADHD, and then I was actually researched by what is now Dartmouth Hitchcock Clinic, because I had during my puberty stage, the medication that I was on had an adverse effect and actually made me almost super hyper. So I spent 3 months, like one summer, just sitting there being going through evaluations and talking to psychiatrists and everything. It was kind of wild. But in the long term, I decided that they didn't know enough about what I was going through. So I started doing research on it, came across this book. And later on with, autism and what's the other one? Asperger's.
Yes.
I believe these are actual sort of I think they're the wrong diagnoses for one. And I believe that they use these to suppress people into thinking something is wrong with them instead of allowing them to utilize their skills
and gifts
in a proper. Yeah, these are gifts, and that
exactly. It's the way I see it too.
If you gave the kids these abilities to actually accent
nurtured
these
them.
gifts, yeah, exactly. Then you would have these huge moments of evolution, or not, or
statistically,
like
what you'll find, these people that you're talking about, their gifts are extremely valuable to the people at the top that do not have the capacity to be able to do the things that these gifted people can. So if they criticize and ridicule them and keep them at a lower level below them, they're easy to control, manipulate, and then use. So you can profit from their ideas more than they can.
yeah, and Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm totally with you.
They get used.
They do get used. I mean, look at how J.P. Morgan was trying to use Tesla. They knew he was off, and they tried wrapping him into some kind of contract that would allow J.P. Morgan to come in and be able to take over Tesla if it became popular.
This is the
And
thing where Elon Musk really needs to be around the right people.
oh, if he was,
Because at the moment, I see him as being the lamb amongst the wolves. You know what I mean? I don't really see him as one of the wolves.
yeah. See, so can I, if I can say this with complete, you know, freedom of just my own perspective, is he's sort of becoming more like a Donald Trump, where he's getting more and more vulgar with the backlash that he gets from being on the spectrum. And he's getting more agitated and irritated because they're limiting him.
Yeah, but also who's there to talk to him about this as well? You know what I mean? To give him the right perspective, to help him reach the right perspective, so it doesn't do the damage to him emotionally. There's a lot at play here.
Oh, there is absolutely. I mean, I couldn't imagine having again, I'm not trying to say I'm on a spectrum, but I believe there
I've done
have been
tests
people.
to see if I am, and apparently I'm
Yeah.
not by the tests. But there are people that know of me that like to sort of just assume that's the reason why I am the way I am, I guess. But if they need that to understand me, you know, I hope it works out for them.
Yeah, but it's like, what is like, we're trying to define something that we can't even define, like, because there is no definitive definition of
That's like
normal.
that's another thing that actually brings me up to another subject, which is hard to define: empathy, or being an empath. How can you tell that the information that you're gathering, that you're getting, like the feelings that you're getting, are yours, or the person that you're in front of? You know, are you soaking up your feelings or theirs? And can you tell the difference? Are you trained well enough to tell the difference between the two?
Well, they
Can
don't
you
want you
use your
trained well
empathic
enough.
ability at will, or is it
They
just
don't
a
want you
reflex
trained
action?
enough.
Exactly,
Benjamin, they don't
exactly.
want you trained. They want you to have a conflict of faith, first of all. They want you to have a conflict of faith so that way you won't be able to unravel the idea of understanding, to know when like, even right now with COVID, right? Do you know the 6 feet apart? Like, originally they said we couldn't be 3 feet apart, but now they're saying we can't be we have to be 6 feet apart. 6 feet is actually the amount of distance before our energies from person to person start
It dissipates
integrating. It dissipates, and they don't interact as effectively
and cross
with one
over
another.
and start
Yeah,
working
exactly.
together, where fields within fields form their own
Yeah,
field.
exactly. So it's like, all they understand these things, but they don't want us to
Anybody else
understand
too?
them. Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly. So they want conflict of religion, conflict of faith, because different faiths and religion actually tie all this together. Like, I mean, we're going way back. I'll go all the way back to Celestine when he
No,
decided
look,
to.
I'm a firm believer that all of the religions, right, no matter what faith, all hold a piece of the puzzle. Right? None of them is 100% right, but they all hold a piece of the truth within them. And you just need to look for the core where they all overlap. So all the religions say it's not good to kill people, right? So you can actually pretty much class that as a universal truth. All religions can agree on that fact. So that is the core of all religions. So that is about as pure to religion as you'll get by killing no one. Let's have a look at some other ones.
Yeah,
Like,
that should
I
kind of
won't
be common
steal.
sense, though.
It should, but in the same sense, when you can tie it up with a grander scheme of things, it not just becomes more, sensical, but it sort of, it gains a greater meaning that transcends time, especially if you can if you can identify it as a universal truth, which means no matter what circumstance, it will always give you the same answer. Universal truths are those things that do not change over time, and many things do change over time. I mean, it'd be strange for it not to. So to find a bit of knowledge that does not change throughout millennia is there's something there that needs to, that we need to take note of. And this is just one of the things. So there are many universals. It's just a matter of how do you understand universals, or the meaning of universals to be. Like, what does it mean to you? And one of the philosophers put it down quite simply just by describing a chair. There are billions and billions of types of chairs, but they all have the chair characteristics, which allows you to call it a chair. That characteristic is a universal, and it describes the universal chair. All chairs share this characteristic.
Yep. It's good that there are some fundamental truths. I think too often we live in a society where there's relative truth rather than absolute ones,
And we can't have that.
You got to build on a bit of absolute rather than this relativism.
Yes.
Otherwise, you just get stuck. You're just saying, "Oh, well, this is better than this." Oh, but
even
this
the
isn't
builders
good
knew you can't
after
build
all.
on shifting sands.
Yeah.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Yeah.
Look at the conundrum that we face when we take something like a moment in time where we were actually dealing with slavery, and not just to the African American slaves. I'm talking the slavery caused by industrialization during the Industrial Revolution. And what that did to our psyche, where we knew that this was wrong. Like, we knew it deep down, even though the laws were saying at the time, the man-created laws were saying at the time that slavery is legal. It's perfectly fine. I can legally do this. But some of us knew deep down that this wasn't right. Whether, we were told, yeah, no, it's okay. And you're like, yeah, I know you're telling me it's okay, but inside, this is not right. You just know it in your being, in your very core.
Well, certain people did know that it was wrong to their core, and then other people took advantage of it completely.
Other people just went along.
Well, this is where I was going to say, bringing this all the way back to Tesla, the people that then decided that they would take advantage of it, those people were not exploited, but were pushed to the top, and to allow the exploitation to continue until there was enough of a voice or a collective of people to then sort of break free from it. And that's where I think we're talking about generations in years, that one, we have not had any sort of war hit our own land. So we have no understanding of what fighting for our freedoms actually are. We send people off to fight for us. They come back. We sort of throw them to the streets as stray dogs. And then
their usefulness is over.
Yeah, exactly. Which is just like another way of having slaves.
Indeed. Except this time the slaves clothe, house, and feed themselves.
Yeah, exactly.
You are no longer responsible for those things.
you're what is considered a citizen slave or a civilized slave.
I'm going to have to do a quick run to the shop, but I don't want this conversation to die out while I'm driving down to the shop and back. So can you guys just hang around until I get back? Because I want to keep talking with this, but I have to go and do this running around, otherwise the family won't have any food.
Sorry about the
All
cursing.
good, man.
I just wanted to apologize in case you guys heard me cursing when I first got on.
Are
I
you
was all
fine?
tangled up in wires.
It's all good, brother. It's all good.
That's always fun.
You guys are going to
I
have
agree
to
with everybody
We'll be
100%.
back in 10, 15, if that.
Yeah, all good. We'll still be here. I'm installing some crazy mods for the 5-year-old.
What game?
He's a Subnautica fan at the moment.
Oh, all right. I've been playing the new Battlefield beta. It's pretty badass.
Underwater game where you collect resources and
He knows where the push to talk button is.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think you've got to learn to think for yourself and like Van Man is saying, apply those universal principles to which are probably also known as morals, to a situation. Hey, I'm not going to hurt anyone, and I'm not, causing harm to others by crossing diagonally. Yeah, yeah, action or inaction. Yeah. Yeah, that's the whole. I've often been in those situations where you're in the crowded room and someone yells fire, but no one moves, or there's something obvious wrong, and no one's doing anything about it. Often you've got to step forward and do it yourself before others will see that overcome their own inabilities.
True.
Yeah, does But it sounds like a few of us are woken up and heading in the right direction. The key is to try and spread this a bit further. Be good to have 100 people in this channel.
Well, it's not even just spreading it. I think like that's what I was saying is like, if I could, what is the solution? Like I think the people that are awake or are fed up with the way society treats its civilians or citizens, we need a solution that is effective in waking up people or getting more people drawn to this type of narrative, this type of understanding, and then to not speak over their heads. Like I was talking to somebody else, and I was like, some of the best conversations I have are with my children because I want my children to understand this. So I got to talk to a 5 and 10-year-old. That's what I have. So I have to explain this to them and then ask them, do you understand? And as I curtail this, I'm starting to understand that like there's a bunch of people that are not awoken to this, or some that just don't plainly want to see this. They are happy in their complacency. But if you can educate people, sorry, anybody wants to interrupt me, please do. I think we need to find solutions that speak to many people and find that narrative. Because as I wait for Venderman, one of the other things that I've had great debates and discussions on is how bad the women's right movement was. And it's always very interesting to open the statement up like that and then explain myself, because I'll get a lot of women wanting to shut me down right away. And then when I fully examine it with them and show them how terrible it was for our children and our financial markets and how it has actually imprisoned us more with the dual income family, they start to understand just how much of a bad, women should be equally treated regardless of some right or movement. But the way they were divisive with it turned into a financial entrapment.
Yeah, well, I think too often in this current age where people are demanding rights, they tend to forget about responsibilities. And quite often, it's all about, I have a right to do this, but you also have a responsibility that is coupled with that right. You have a responsibility to use it for the better of society rather than brandishing your rights as a weapon against others.
Yeah, but our responsibility became our not for everybody. I trust me, I'm not trying to lambaste or just say this is everybody, but a lot of our responsibility in understanding it will be too much. Don't do a whole drop. And in our responsibility, it became selfish. And in doing so, it became selfish in a needful way, because as we increased the individual household income, all of a sudden there was a demand to need to make more money in order to buy more things that you thought you need. And then it worked its way into this, like, it's a weird balance of selfishness and needless needing, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, I mean, everyone's trying to fill that void, that thing they can't really pin down, that's missing from their lives, and people try and fill it up with everything, and that's probably where a lot of the excess and issues come in society. People are just trying to fill that gap, whether it's something missing during their childhood or whatever.
Mine's full of weed and coffee.
Yeah, so I mean, I was probably about 7 or 8 when I sort of came to this realization with the help of some psychologists that I didn't really actually need all this shit. I could survive quite fine without it. And then it's once you're free from that, you just have a 4-year-old who wants to upgrade his Cyclops mods. One of his mods failed. Anyway.
But that's exactly what they're doing, Nizer. They're separating us. Like, don't you even see in our educational system, like with all these core curriculum classes, that they
He is correct.
The division in our household is starting with our educational. Well, it's not even an educational system. It's actually a divisive program because they're changing the core curriculum. So that way, when the kid comes home and asks you how to do a math problem and then explains to you how the teacher's doing it, all of a sudden you're like, wait, I never had to do these steps. Like, I had to sit there. I had a half-hour debate or argument with my 11-year-old son. Okay. To the point where I was like, okay, I have a wager for you. I put $100 bill on the table, and this is how I had to prove it to him. I was like, you do it your way, the way the teacher taught you to do it, and I'll do it my old way that I was taught, where it was long math, but it was long math that I could actually simplify it, right? And I was
Follow
like,
the
whoever gets
steps.
to the answer, whoever gets to the
Show your
answer
work.
first. Yeah, exactly. I can show my work. I can do it like longhand, shorthand, whatever it needs to be, but I will get to the answer faster, and I will show you all my work. And whoever gets to the answer gets to have that $100 bill. And whoever gets to the answer also gets to teach the other person how to do math there that way. And he was like, game on. Like, it's for him, it's $100, and gaming is like, he gets to pick, like you're saying, with the modding of a Cyclops, right? He gets to get those mods or those special skins that everybody's after, because it's that need that they're generating in the younger culture of you show wealth through a video game now of not even materialistic things that you can own and physically touch, but digitized things that once you're done with it or you delete it, it's gone. Like, all that money you spent is done. But
Hey,
so back to the education.
Don't go talking bad about skins, all right? No, go ahead.
That could be taken multiple ways, Benderman. That could be taken multiple ways.
But please
Um,
continue.
Oh, yeah.
mm,
No. I mean, I totally remember going through this. I'm doing
It's an
this again.
interesting
There's a
point.
12-year gap between the young'uns, but I remember, figuring out how his mind worked and gaming that into getting him to do something I wanted him to. So I'll see this the second time round. This one, he's a bit more. I love his stubbornness. I love his resolute. I want this. And I still haven't quite gamed my way around it, but I'm getting there.
Teach him the difference between wants and needs.
Yeah.
Needs are things you
Yeah.
can't live without, and wants are things you can live without. Like live without oxygen, live without
Totally.
water, live without food. These are needs. These are the things you should always keep in mind to make sure that you and your family have these needs. The rest are just luxuries. And if you treat it
They
that
really
way,
are.
you find a lot more happiness in your life than what you do chasing shiny things.
Totally, yeah. Hey, I just want to give a shout out. Hey, Damon, good to see you here.
How you doing? Yeah, you posted the link, and I just want to see what it's about.
Yeah,
Open
totally.
discussion. Open
Yeah.
discussion. Anything's on the table. And we're just basically entertaining ideas without accepting them, just sort of going with the flow, seeing where the ideas takes us.
All good, all good.
So if I may just continue the division of
Go ahead.
education.
By all means, please.
So at first I thought it was division. So when I was younger, and the way I looked at music was always a divisive sort of mechanism in conversation between me and my mother, or my mother and I should say.
State of mind.
Yeah, well, she didn't understand my music exactly. It was a state of mind.
Music is a state of mind.
Well, and the way it speaks to us and our state of mind at that time.
Yes. Yes.
And they do that where they fade out. Like they allow, like through productions, they allow certain state of minds to continue for so long before they fade them out. And then there's a division in that state of mind through music. The educational system is the same way, where they're dividing our children from us because of the fact that we can't. Like I said, my child, my son couldn't come. Yeah, I couldn't relate to the way he was doing math. So what did I look like to him? I looked uneducated because I couldn't figure out the math problem the way he was being taught.
Obsolete.
Yeah, I seem
to make you feel obsolete, and to make him, or to cause him to think of you as obsolete.
Yeah,
Two-part
exactly.
process, two-pronged attack.
Yeah, exactly. Which then makes me ineffective in my communication with him.
As a guardian, as a parent.
As a cornerstone in his life.
Yes,
learn through my mistakes.
Which he'll then turn towards the systems or other peer groups.
Exactly. And once he starts turning to other peer groups, depending on how they are influenced, like somebody was talking about, trying to get their ass on, Only You fans and get your likes up, like, this is the narrative for those other peer groups because that's what's trending. So that's what they focus on. And then their whole narrative is misaligned with like trying to self-preservation in a healthy way. Your codependence is your peers and
codependence on the right person is not a bad thing. Codependence on the wrong person is downright catastrophic, especially if that wrong person is manipulative, deceitful, and toxic to be around.
Absolutely, Benjamin. Absolutely. And this is just this is like the beginning stages of, making your older generations obsolete. One, like you said, you knock out the elderly and the historical part of it. So that way then you can kind of change the narration and to whatever it is you want it to be.
Well, there's no one left to challenge you.
Mm-hmm. Look at the Great Depression. The Great Depression is almost obsolete. Like unless we start like mapping out the Great Depression, or so that those stories are going to be gone. I mean, we're looking at World War II. The next thing on the chopping block, like the 1940s, will be completely eradicated. So, not even spoken about. Exactly. Mhm.
What you just said just before with the therapist being just a job, I know it was figuratively, but a lot of people treat certain positions as just a job, where those jobs are not just a job. They are a calling, as I discussed in a previous discussion. Being a firefighter, being a police officer, being a doctor, being a teacher, being a therapist, a psychologist, these are callings. These are not just some job you do to pay the bills. Because if you're not the right person doing these, you're going to do more harm than good. I'm sure we can all agree on that. So there's certain positions that are just jobs, but then there are other positions which are a calling, and only those that feel the calling should apply for those positions. And unfortunately, from what I'm seeing with these mandates, all of those people that actually have the calling to be a guardian, from what I call it, which is those people that just naturally, empathically care about others, more so to the point where they care more about others than themselves, to their own detriment. This is how devoted these people are as carers. Now, these people are natural guardians. They belong in those positions that they choose. You know what I mean? They're not there just to wear the uniform, to look cool, to get chicks, to get Instagram bloody posts. You know what I mean? They're actually there because they give a shit about others. They want to make a difference.
Yeah.
But these people that are natural carers, natural guardians, they don't need the pat on the back. Their pat on the back is just seeing the fruition of their work, to see the smile on somebody's face that they've helped. And a lot of the cases, the people that they help have no idea who helped them.
Yep. Doing something without expecting a reward. It's how to encourage that kind of altruistic behavior. I know recently I was involved in design of a sort of social network, and we're trying to build some of those things about bringing in that sort of altruism to a social network where you're doing something for the good of someone else without getting a reward. It's it's a hard thing to build back into society.
Starts off locally first, then expands. I mean, sure, you will meet the right people that you'll gel with and click with straight away that are on the same page as you. And, you know, they're a gift to bump into because you'll network with them and meet others. But in the same sense, it all starts locally and then spreads from there and grows slowly. Everything takes time. All great things take time.
Oh yeah, well, if you can't do it yourself, then you shouldn't be trying to. Well, what do they call it? Dog fooding. Eat your own dog food before you try and feed it to someone else.
There's another saying as well, which is basically means exactly the same thing as the dog food analogy. It's those that know in a piece are the only ones that can teach it. You know, you've got to be able to sort of take your own advice before you can give it. Sometimes easier said than done.
Oh, you know,
I'm
there's
a
the
perfect
good old
example.
there's the good old biblical, you know, remove the what is it, the plank from your own eye before you accuse someone of the splinter in theirs.
Yeah, but in the same sense, I'll give good advice, but I find it hard to take my own advice at the same time. So any of the advice that I give, if you learn how to do it perfectly, can you show me how?
Yeah, totally. Hey, it's a journey. We're all getting somewhere. Let's hope we're still.
Exactly. But the thing is, once upon a time, back in ancient times, in communities, right, we were communal. We are a communal species. Being on your own was a death sentence. It means that you were hunted down by packs of other animals. Being in a group allowed you to defend the weaker members of the group, while at the same time having a group that gave strength in numbers. So collaboration and working as a community was the only reason we survived and were able to evolve. Somewhere along the way, an individual realized that he can change the paradigm to make everybody need something that he has a lot of, and therefore keeping everybody's reliance on him. Then allowing others further down the track to all compete for one another with one another, only to sit at his side where he doesn't compete at all.
Yep.
Now, those that compete, the one that wins, whose ever idea wins, gets now to be shared with the guy who basically set all of this up, didn't compete, has nothing to offer, and everything to gain.
Yep.
It's an interesting,
And
it's an
that's the
interesting
way.
system. Can't say I agree with it, but it's definitely interesting.
It's certainly working for some. Generally not us.
But this is the thing. Einstein warned about predatory capitalism back in 1940s in an article in a magazine. I'll have to fish it up, where he discusses why socialism. Now, socialism was, when I say socialism, you got to understand that I'm talking about things like public schools, public libraries, public pools, public transport, public parking, public parks, you know, that sort of jazz. Those are social structures. Those are social institutions. You know what I mean? They exist because of socialism. Otherwise, somebody would own it and would kick your ass off of it or have you arrested for being on it for trespassing.
Yeah.
And all for one and one for all sort of thing, where everybody looks after everybody as well as themselves. Because you got to not forget the golden rule. You got to be able to look after yourself before you can look after others. Because if you're not at 100%, you're going to be drained, right? So you're not looking after yourself, and any excess energy that you expand on others is you won't be 100%. So you won't be able to sort of give the advice, the understanding, the you know what I mean. You won't be able to put 110% of yourself into it because you're not there 100% to begin with.
Yep. I've realised that more recently, when I'm no longer essentially working on the internet, it's harder to have 1 hour work for many.
So, Venderman, I looked it up right as you were saying it. Albert Einstein writes in 1949 an essay, Why Socialism and Attempts. Albert Einstein was a complicated human being with a wide range of interests. His personality seemed to balance between certain chillness when it came to matters and great deal of warmth and compassion when it came to the wider human family. I didn't even know he wrote Why Socialism. I never even read this.
I found it interesting.
Yeah, no, it really is
I
interesting.
treat politics as a Sizzler salad bar, right? I walk in to the buffet, I grab a big ass plate, and I grab what works in practice. What doesn't, I ditch. And I take a little bit from the dessert bar. I take a little bit from the salad bar. I take a little bit from everywhere. You know what I mean? Like, I don't limit anything. Because if it works, it works. You with me?
So, yeah. I'm with you, and I'm reading this. This is one of the biggest quote. This is the most quoted from this Why Socialism, which I find very interesting because it's along what we're talking about. So I'll read this one quote.
Please.
Most of the major states of history owed their existence to conquest. The conquering people established themselves legally and economically as the privileged class of the conquered country. They seized for themselves a monopoly of land ownership and appointed a priesthood from among their own ranks. The priest in control of the education made the class division of society into a permanent institution and created a system of values by which the people were then thenceforth to a large extent unconditionally guided their social behavior. Holy shit. Sorry. That's exactly
Don't
what
be.
we've been talking about this
I know.
entire night.
I know.
That's like
Interesting.
everything we're talking about.
It's interesting.
I mean,
would you mind reading it again?
Yeah, I'll read it again.
Flick the link in the chat if you can as well.
Yeah, I will. I sent it to here. It's on Open Culture.
Yeah.
I'll put it right in the chat first. Let me do that before I reread it again. I gotta.
Just for the record, I'm not trying to push any political ideology. I'm just trying to show a segment of one ideology for us to play.
Yeah, find the good ideas
as an open discussion. Exactly.
So how
exactly.
How do I put it? How do I put it in the chat? In the general?
You can put the URL in the general as for people to sort of click on. Then the part that you were reading, you can copy and paste as text as an extra just below it. And
yep, I'll do that.
If you don't mind reading it again, or if somebody else wants to read it again, because I think there's something in this for all of us. You know what I mean? Like and there's a lot being said there in such a short paragraph. So
there is. I posted it in the general chat. It says, most of the major states of history owed their existence to conquest. The conquering people established themselves legally and economically as the privileged class of the conquered country. They seized for themselves a monopoly of land ownership and appointed a priesthood from among their own ranks. The priest in control of the education made the class division of society a permanent institution and created a system of values by which people were thenceforth to a large extent unconsciously guided in their social behavior. That's the most intense thing I think. I didn't even I was going to say something along the lines until I read this quote. I was going to say something along the lines like capitalism. I don't know if anybody's familiar with the saying that capitalism will sell the rope that it will hang itself from. Will sell
That's
you
predatory.
the rope.
That's predatory capitalism. There's a difference between capitalism and predatory capitalism, and Einstein will go into detail with that. If it's the right article that I'm thinking of, he should go into detail about that later on in that article. And I think that's well worth covering as well, because to understand the difference between capitalism and predatory capitalism will differentiate the two clearly for you to be able to show it to others. Because once you see the difference between the two and the effects that it causes, it just throws things into perspective, I feel.
No, it really does. It really does. I mean, this is This is actually intense. Like, I'm actually reading other quotes from. This is actually really good. This open culture actually did it proper for how they grabbed certain snapshots of his quotes. I mean, one of his other. Do you want me to read some of his other quotes in this article?
Oh, by all means, I like to collect quotes. I feel
Yeah.
that in some of those quotes, are universal truths hidden. The ancients hide their wisdom
absolutely.
in poetic quotes and gestures.
Absolutely. Private capital tends to become concentrated in few hands. The result of these developments is an
Oligarchy.
oligarchy, thank you, of private capital that numerous power of which cannot be effectively checked by even a democratically organized political society. This is true since the members of legislative bodies are selected by political parties, largely financed or otherwise influenced by private capitalists, who, for all practical purposes, separate an electric from the legislature. The consequence is that the representatives of the people do not, in fact, sufficiently protect the interests of the underprivileged sections of the population. Moreover, under existing conditions, private capitalists inevitably control, directly or indirectly, the main source of information: press, radio, education. It is thus extremely difficult, and indeed in most cases quite impossible, for the individual citizen to come to objective conclusions and make intelligent use of his political rights. Mind blown. That's all I have to say. Like, I now need to read this article. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got.
Okay, good. Yeah, right.
If there's anyone else in this channel who needs to bring something up or talk, Pat Girl, Thor, anyone else? I've got a kid with a
Where
laser.
was that article again? Did you post it somewhere?
Yeah, I posted it in the general chat. I posted the first quote. I'm gonna actually post some of these other quotes as well.
Really
Appreciate it. It's interesting. How many years ago? These problems that we're
1949.
having have definitely been solved. Well, at least talked about before. It's just we're still trying to implement the solutions. Yep. Well, I think you just need to stand up and do it. The last time I pulled the barbecue out, we had sort of 20 odd people around. So, you just got to do it. You might start out little to start with, but, I remember the first internet party meetups when it was me and one other person. That soon grew. But yeah, it's a bit harder these days, pandemic times. But as one of the alcohol manufacturers recently advertised, you and 99 friends can gather.
It's been mentioned a couple of
We've got
times.
gathering limits.
Yeah, it's been mentioned a couple of times that these gathering limits and these lockdowns again stop people from communicating and in some cases colluding,
Oh, it's a chilling effect, because you're
cooperating.
sitting in your own bubble, frightened to go out, even though you might be able to gather with 99 of your friends. No one wants to, because
See, I'm one of those where I don't get me wrong, fear is real, but so is hunger, and
Oh, yeah.
so is sadness in the same respect as fear. You know what I mean? It's a feeling that can either control you, or you can control it. And
yeah, are you going to live this life or just let it happen?
yeah, it's. So I don't have the fear. I have to wear a mask to go and do shopping because I only have one shop in my town. So I have to wear a mask to go in, and I don't wear it because I'm afraid. I wear it because I need to do my shopping and they won't let me in. And I've already tried to go in without a mask, and I had to. I mean, they weren't going to get physical because I'm not a small person. So, but in respect, because I know the guy, the look on his face was like, dude, come on, I know, I hear, I feel what you're saying, but please wear the mask for me, man, kind of thing. Like, he was just, and I was just like, to keep the peace, man, I will do this. It's a small ask. But as soon as I'm out of the shop, I take it off because it's annoying. It's frustrating. It's filthy. Like, I've washed it, but it's not, it will never be clean. Yeah. It's a cloth one, you know what I mean?
No good.
And they're charging $4.50 for the paper ones, right? Which they were willing to give me when I walked in without a mask, but I had to pay the $4.50. It wasn't just giving me a mask. It was, here, have a mask. And by the way, you can pay for that on your way out.
Yeah.
And I was like, come again? Like, okay, that's where I, sort of started getting a bit annoyed, is that not only are you telling me I have to have a mask, but you're not giving me one. You're just forcing me to buy one from you. And, when I sort of express that.
The rules, they probably feel the same pain as you do. Oh, we have to provide masks. Well, it's going to cost us.
Yes, it does.
Where's that government assistance when you need it? I for one enjoy wearing a mask. I think I mentioned yesterday or whenever it was that definitely noticed the reduction in allergies and various other things that usually hit me around this time of year.
I have chemical allergies,
and I love that. Yeah, I love that.
Different foods and different chemicals exposed to my skin, and I break out.
Yeah.
However, seawater has a healing effect.
Yeah. That's one way to do it. I'm probably allergic to the microscopic organisms in seawater. I often come up with a rash in seawater.
No. That's you being cleansed from the microorganisms from your body. Yeah. All right, and they're trying to embed themselves to get away from it. And the only place to go is into the skin.
Nice. So yeah, I enjoy the fact that society now lets me wear a mask. I was around for the SARS outbreak, and we had full face protective gear back then.
The bird flu and the swine flu.
Oh yeah, it just feels. I mean, I remember when they first said, "Oh, just wear a mask." Well, what about gloves?
They're part of the corona family, right?
What about the? Yeah.
So if you've had those, you've already got corona family resistance.
Oh, yeah, but
to start
probably
with.
not for the latest variant. You know, you'll still get
Yeah, but
hit,
it's still
even
part
if
of
you're
the.
vaccinated against it.
It's still, yeah, but it's got a survival
Oh, yeah,
rate
you won't
of.
get it as bad. Yeah, you're just not going to be in that 2%, let's hope.
Yeah, but that 2% is everybody that's going through chemotherapy. That's everybody that's been drinking all of their life heavily. That's everybody who's, been injecting whatever heavily,
Which
abusing their
leads you back
body.
down that, well, what if it is targeted? Let's find that one thing that all these people have in common, and let's develop a virus that kills them off.
It's definitely targeted on
Yeah.
multiple levels to target
Lab-grown
multiple
COVIDs, eh?
different things. And the lab-grown part, the gain of function, I feel it was probably not just communicability, but the ability to evolve quickly.
Yeah.
Because
well,
as the
that's the thing,
shots
eh?
are
Once you get
given, right, the shots so far appear to suppress the immune system. In some people call it causing autoimmune disorder, where the immune system is actually starting to attack the body and the cells that are producing the spike protein, because it now recognizes them as a foreign body, a foreign entity. So
well, if
the
it gets
appearance is
embedded
that the
in
body
muscle or
is
something,
attacking itself.
your body starts attacking the muscles or whatever. So it can
But
go
what I
way
was
wrong.
getting to is you've got a correlation here, which is eventually going to cross over, where you've got a virus which is quickly mutating and becoming stronger and stronger, becoming more and more immune to the so-called vaccine. And you've got the vaccine, so-called vaccine, being administered worldwide, that's actually lowering the immune system and suppressing it, while you've got a bug that's becoming more and more contagious to those with low immune systems. You with me? And then you're introducing boosters. On top of that, Australia just announced that they're in booster, that they're to go. Anybody that's at risk in the high risk category needs to go for a third shot, or the first booster shot.
Yeah, well, the whole, I mean, I know locally the reason why they want people vaccinated is to reduce the potential load on hospitals. It's not about whether or not you're going to catch it. It's, well, if you catch it, we don't want you, ending up in a hospital because
That
we don't have
load on
that many
hospitals,
ICU beds.
that load on
And
hospital
so,
is a
the whole,
two-part problem.
oh, yeah,
One,
well,
they've gotten rid
that's
of all of their most professional staff, so they've kind of understaffed now, that they have to import doctors and nurses. And secondly, most of the people going in are vaccinated at least once or twice. It's not the unvaccinated that are going in. It's the vaccinated, but they won't talk about that. Look, the vaccine, so-called vaccine, doesn't kill the virus and doesn't stop you from transmitting it if you get it. You know what I mean? So all it does is provide a host to incubate in before moving on. And this virus has, I think, a 25 or 21 day lifespan before it has to evolve and move on.
Yeah, it's got a.
It has to infect somebody else. So
it has to survive. Yes.
Yes.
And if that cycle ends up in a slight mutation that's beneficial, then woohoo, we have a epsilon strain or
Yes.
whatever's next.
So these vaccinated people are providing an incubation, a host to be incubated, to use as an incubator, right, that already has a suppressed immune system caused by the vaccine that was developed,
that's
if we are told, by the very
compromised.
first strain. It was developed to fight the very first strain, which is all but gone now. I mean, they can't even find
much like much like hospital superbugs. The disinfectant kills off all the other bugs, and you're left with the one which normally wouldn't survive, but all its competition's gone, so it can thrive, it can grow, and it's the only one that survives the disinfectant.
That this vaccine, or so-called vaccine, was designed for that first strain, which is no longer around. We're on the second strain, and it's already shown that it's not effective for the second strain, and it's debatable whether it was effective for the first, because here we are with many
Isn't
strains.
Delta like the fifth strain? There's been A and B and B1, B2, like C and and D.
They don't know where A is because they only ever found B.
Lost track
and the reason
of it,
it's either I'll tell you where it is. It's either in bloody Fort Detrick, right? Wuhan,
yeah, they've got it in a
Wuhan,
somewhere, I reckon.
Wuhan, or Porton Downs. It's either in one of those three. And there's another one in Russia, but I don't know the name of it.
Yeah.
They're the only three places that I can think of that it would be. Because it's not found in the wild, which means it was grown. And there's already been a consensus amongst the experts who have all been cancelled out, who said that the statistical analysis of this particular strain would appear impossible in nature because two different species of animal that carry two separate strains would have to come together to somehow both strains to infect one species, somehow evolve in the 1 in 1,000 chance to infect another one with the mutation for it to be able to do this just on one part. You know what I mean?
Don't discount 1 in 1,000 chances. People still win lotto, eh?
But you can decrease that 1 in 1,000 to a much more manageable variable if you do it within a lab. You with me?
Totally.
So this is what these experts were saying, but they were all shut down. Sorry, go ahead.
When they're in the lab, they said that the chances of creating this thing, let alone being found in nature, the chances of creating it is very, very slim. And they had to try so many times.
But the chances were still higher in the lab than what it was in the wild because those two species would never intermingle.
Yeah, I'm saying it's impossible for it to occur in nature, but it would be very hard to do in a lab too.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. It's not easy to do it in a lab, and you have to get lucky.
Between nature and the lab, you've got wet markets and whatever else. Where there's a combination of live animals and dead ones and slaughtered ones and all sorts. People. You name it, and that's
We've
been
done some monstrous things to animals.
Been shown to be the source of a lot of these things that have come out. Yeah.
I've noticed a couple of trends where these places that seem to be hit hard by COVID, before they were hit hard by COVID, they had protests taking place in the streets every day previous to this regarding all sorts of matters. Like people were really mobilizing, people were starting to communicate, get together. I guess you could, from one perspective, it could be viewed as colluding against the system. And that was just in France. Now, there was things in Brazil going on. There was things in Italy going on. There was things in the US going on. There was things in Australia going on. There was things in England that were going on. There were things in Spain that were going on. Like things in Ukraine. Like there was a lot of movements that were mobilizing globally. And they weren't working together. These were spontaneous movements that were spontaneously erupting all over the place at the same time. And this, I'd imagine, would appear to be disturbing if you were able to see it all simultaneously with the data collection. You'd probably freak out a little. It definitely allowed them to steal the election, if you don't mind me saying that, from my perspective of just entertaining an idea,
Distracted populace.
to allow a pandemic and the timing of the politically to get Trump out and then release the vaccine, so it looked like Biden was releasing it, and the pandemic was causing everybody to have to mail in their ballots, and there was many inconsistencies to that mailing in of those ballots, because there were truckloads of ballots coming in from nowhere from mysterious people, and then when people were asking about, who were they were getting in trouble for asking, where normally it'd be normal procedure to ask.
Crazy videos, though.
No, well, I listened to the Wisconsin, I think. It was 4 or 6 or 7 hours of court proceedings of all of the evidence that was just shown there. Now, that has been since taken down, but it was a public hearing that there was no reason to take it down. You know what I mean? Like, it was filmed by the government as a record and then put up with, and then put out on YouTube on their channel for them to, have record of it with the rest of their stuff.
Fulfill the legislative obligations.
But since then it's been removed. And there were Democrats and Republicans giving evidence that there was something wrong. You know what I mean? Like, from the voting machines to the ballots to the mail clerks that were at the working for the postal service. I mean, there were that many people giving evidence that if this was any normal case, there would have been a massive investigation just at some of them. But one by one, due to the Democrats one by one walking out in protest, literally, the whole thing just seemed like the Democrats were doing a show. Now, please don't get me wrong, I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. I believe that
I don't even live in the US, so all good.
Both of them are an illusion. They're two parties, both working for the same goal, which is against the people. It's a created stalemate. You know what I mean? So one side pretends to agree, one side pretends to disagree, and that causes that stalemate. And they'll do this on any and every subject unless it benefits them.
Keep you confused and distracted from the real objective.
Exactly. And the show must go on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's not just in the US. That whole thing is spreading all over the place. There's a couple of countries that don't have it so bad. But unfortunately, the richest and the most powerful ones are banding together and
it's been spread.
Encouraging this kind of behavior. But unfortunately, the things that they have done already and are continuing to do and are going to do, is eventually, you can only sweep things under the rug for so long, you know what I mean? Before you get a massive pile in the center of the room that becomes you can't not notice it.
Yeah, sooner or later these things come to light, but in the meantime, the next things cropped up and distracted us and moved us on somewhere else. So, we'll just keep the majority of the population not paying attention.
Well, this is the thing: is some of us have to keep the flame lit on a lot of these subjects, and
Yeah, well, thank you, brother, for making that happen. Keep that flame lit.
Metaphorically speaking, of course.
Oh, totally. Don't burn yourself.
There's a saying about that along the lines of all it takes is one light to lighten a dark room, where no amount of darkness could take away the light or could shadow the light.
Yeah.
They kind of painted themselves in the corner by dumbing down the education system. It backfired on them.
Yeah.
The
Well,
wise know
now that
that
people can't think their way through.
we wouldn't be in any of the dramas and the messes if people were well educated and not put in debt in trying to better themselves. Like the way I see it, right? It is the mark of a wise civilization that gives its population free education, high quality free education, and healthcare. Because a healthy, well educated, and wise civilization grows great by itself. You just have to nurture it. The rest will take care of itself.
Yep.
But when you're trying to artificially control something that has a natural system to it, you begin to see problems. And you cannot do that.
Yeah.
Well, there's something to be said for having a hard copy of a good book, because those things can't be edited out. You know what I mean? Like you've got your copy that you can then digitize yourself. There's some really, really good books around that I need to catch up on. And that's like the understatement of the year.
Who has time to read these days?
But that's the thing. The society and the system is designed in that way to put that into the system so you don't stop long enough to think. You know what I mean? Especially once you start having kids, things go to the next level. Because you're now no longer just responsible for yourself. You're now responsible for, you, your wife, your partner, or whatever that may be, and the kids as well. You know what I mean? Like I've got a mate of mine that he's got a great job. He operates 18 dump trucks from sitting behind a computer, fully automated. And they didn't he used to drive these dump trucks by himself. But yeah, since they've automated, they fired all of the other drivers, kept him to just sit behind a counter and
Yep.
operated on a computer. Now, they've told him that to keep his job, he has to have the jab. Now, he's in the high risk category. Like, he's not
But
the
he's
healthiest guy.
he's by himself.
No, he's got a wife and 2 kids. He's got also bills, as in loans to repay. Plus, his missus has doing 3 degrees back to back. Like, in fact, I think they were simultaneous at one point, but then sort of she switched them around. So, they've got those bills to pay. So he feels he has to take the jab because of the responsibility and the payments that he has to make, because he's used to that high pay that the mining industry pays. You know what I mean? He can't go down because he can't afford to do the repayments that he's already put himself in before all of this happened.
essentially being forced into it. Yeah,
Pretty much being forced into it.
yeah. For me, I was very vaccine hesitant. I think what did it for me was just comparing the potential.
Now, when you say
uh,
vaccine hesitant, do you mean just this one or all of them? Because for me, it was just this one.
yeah, just this one. I mean, this is the first one where we're essentially.
And I got to be honest with you, I've never had,
mRNA.
those seasonal flu ones that you used to be able to just go to the doctor and go, yeah, give me a flu shot. Like I want to be safe. I've never gotten one of those.
Yeah,
I've had all of my other
I've
shots.
never really found them to do anything useful.
No,
I've generally
no.
been healthy, so
Same.
when I did get them, the company said, "Oh, free vaccine on a free jab on us." I was like, "Yeah, well, I'll go get it." It didn't really help anything, right?
Am I the only one that sounds wrong when somebody walks into the room going, "Hey, everybody, free jabs, free vaccines for everybody"? Am I the only one that's sitting there going, "Hey, there's something wrong with this picture"? Nobody walks into a room going, "Hey, there's free injections for everybody." What's in it? Don't worry about it. It's good for you.
What's in it for them is, in theory, less
The only
sick
thing,
days.
the only thing the scene is missing, right,
willing
is
seller.
alcohol, music, and a whole bunch of people dancing.
Yeah, well, there's less.
Then
sick
it
days,
would
right?
somehow make sense in a weird way.
I'm not saying there wasn't dancing girls and music and alcohol at the same time,
Look,
but
look, they've got
I
to
have a
sell it somehow,
non-disclosure
you know what I
agreement.
mean? And sex sells, so I'm surprised they haven't got it, sexy vaccine ads on, to cater to the beast side.
Oh, there was one when was it a politician? Someone came out and said, how I'm getting the bros to get the vaccine. Oh, sometimes it's a dozen Woodstock, some bourbon and cola. Yeah, if they don't want it, I'll give you a dozen. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure if these people were even agreeing. I saw in our local vaccine drive that they were even filling in the paperwork for you. You might indicate your yes, I want this, but they're signing the consent. They're filling in the paperwork. They're essentially um, getting rid of the liability on your behalf. You've signed away all your rights, because you've implicitly stood there while they've poked the needle in you.
One of the
So
things that
come
they've done
anything does happen, you can't hold them to
Pfizer
account.
has made the country sign a declaration that they will protect Pfizer from any and all action, whether legal or whatever,
Totally.
like prosecution.
And
So it now falls onto the government. Now the government is in a sticky situation, so now it's trying to force businesses to do the dirty work.
yeah, yep, just vaccinate stuff. Yeah, totally.
Anybody has a subject, by all means, feel free. Somebody did ask me a question earlier. What is an empath and what is empathy, and how does one know what an empath is, or if one is an empath?
I think I can analytically understand the emotions of others. I can feel their pain, but I don't feel it as in, I can see it as a
That's
data
what
point.
being an empath. Being an empath is.
And that's
from my perspective.
I don't know. Maybe it is. So I can see your pain. I can understand why you have it and why that's motivating you. But
another description. No. I see what you're getting at, because I agree with you. Because there's another description of it, is when you see a spider crawl up someone's arm, some people will flinch, right, as if it's on their arm.
Yeah.
And they do that instinctively, not consciously. So the ability is there, it's dormant. How to use it is another thing altogether.
Well, that's the thing. Often, I get called an asshole because I can feel your pain, but no, fuck off. Just it's just pain. You don't need
That's
to have
society programming you over your empathic ability.
Indeed.
Because, see, you would cause problems in the system, in the machine that we're trying to build. Now, are you going to be part of the machine or not? All right? Because we have ways of dealing with people like you.
I can play the game. I've successfully played the game for years. It's just certainly that people realize. Yep, it's been a fun ride.
I would say that most people are empaths, and only a few individuals are born without empathy, and it's a natural human trait.
Couldn't agree more. And to that, I would like to add that society in its current structure is structured to suppress such things, because it does not benefit financially those at the top in the machine anywhere. But trust me, there is a natural place for those people and that ability within the natural flow of things.
It's a matter of cultivating it in society, and right now,
nurturing
most societies do not cultivate. So that's a problem.
Some do, and in a way, families do. Like some families do. Some people do it naturally, because kind of those people that are really high on the empathy scale tend to move towards things like medicine, psychology, philosophy. They become first responders and things like that.
Yeah,
they
I'm
want to
just
help
thinking, on the whole, we do not really cultivate, the empath thing. Capitalism and predatory capitalism, of course, is pretty much the straight opposite. And you're not supposed to think about the consequences and such on. Yeah,
you're supposed to think about the rewards and the quick gains.
Yeah, and the whole system is set up in that way, so it's really just creating a big problem.
And it's you against everyone else. You got to look out for number one in capitalism. It's you against everybody else. It doesn't matter who you step on, as long as you don't get caught. Because you can move a lot higher by stepping on someone else.
I think most people already know this, but there's more debt on the planet than there's actual money.
This is true. Sadly,
Oh, yeah.
how true that is. But it's a debt-based
So
system.
if anybody can put that into system, back in the days when we had like kings and pharaohs and stuff, they used to forgive the debt. Like, forgive it, whatever it was, and that capital itself. It has to do with something from the top. It doesn't really mean money. People usually confuse this, but it's all about the hierarchy, and the top will, tell you when the debt is there or not. It's not for the bottom to say. You're a slave, and that's how the system is kept alive as a pyramid. We need to break it down if we're actually going to be functional in the future. This isn't about ideologies. This is about functionality. Just putting it out there.
Yeah.
There is ways to hold your position in the pyramid while at the same time working out with others. You know what I mean? As to sort of giving the appearance that you're holding your position in the pyramid, keeping everything in place, the appearance of everything is normal, but at the same time sharing your ideas, your perspectives, discussing them, sharing them with others to see how they float, see what they think, because this is how we really learn, is by exchanging ideas like this in open discussion and getting feedback from one another. See where other people stand on the matter.
Yeah, and we're pushed so much into polarization where we were told that, no, we can't listen to others' opinions. They're wrong and we're right. But, it is about the discourse and about the discussion, not about the, what's right or what's wrong. It's about figuring it out.
Well, right now, the debt is such a big problem that like students in the US have to almost live on the streets to go to school because they can't afford their apartments or whatever, or sick people are dying because they can't actually afford health care. It's not a functional system anymore. And some people will say, oh, that's how it is. Debt needs to be there or whatever. But I say no. It's such an artificial problem that we made ourselves, and now we're drowning in it. And it's time the banks just took away a lot of these
It's not a natural death anymore. It's actually death caused by something that could have been prevented. So when they say, death is natural, well, in this case, no, it's not. There could have been measures that could have been taken, but due to financial interests, you've chosen not to.
Yeah. And of course, if you're on the bottom of the pyramid, it's all about trickle down economics. You're lucky enough, like if you get, half a chicken bone from the rich fat people eating on top. The picture of capitalism.
Well, it depends where you are on the pyramid, because that chicken bone is usually taken by the first person on its way down.
Yeah, that's the whole case with trickle down economy, and how it works. All the big finance institutions are making tons of money, and if you're lucky enough to get by and buy yourself groceries, well, lucky you. That's trickle down economics, and it needs to stop. That was a mic drop, by the way.
I heard that.
Anybody want to come on and speak? I see a lot of people, but I don't hear any voices. Don't be shy, people.
People have spoken. Some people are just sitting back listening. We've covered some interesting topics earlier, and I for one, I was rereading some stuff that I'd read previously, and it was a good reminder at why I kept that article to begin with. Because, when I first read it, it sort of blew me away as well. And that was that Einstein article that Eat brought up earlier and shared with everyone.
Yeah, the why socialism thing?
By Einstein, written in 1949. Yes.
Yeah. Of course, socialism would be a good thing to have in function somewhere on the planet.
Now, that was
I don't
shared
see
with
it
me
in
by
function.
somebody else. And this is
I
what
understand,
contact
I
with one
understand.
another, like if there was no contact with one another, this exchange today never would have taken place. And due to the
I just want to
lockdowns,
clear up the whole socialism thing for people. A lot of people think that socialism is some kind of totalitarian communist state, and that is, of
Indeed.
course, more or less the opposite.
Yeah, it's completely wrong. It's been demonized for a reason.
Been
Even
co-opted
Athens,
by
ancient
capitalism
Athens,
and given a bad
understood the
name on
importance
purpose.
of socialism with its democracy.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody caught that, but I said it's been co-opted by capitalism and given a bad name on purpose.
Yes, couldn't agree more.
And North Korea, as an example, it's not a socialist state in any way. It's the same trickle-down system, but now called something else. It's authoritarianism, if we're going to call it anything. Many people would call it fascism. I just call it hierarchy, I guess.
I don't know enough about it to be able to call it anything other than to say I need to look further into it. Because where I'm getting my sources from, I cannot fully trust. And the other places where I do get my sources from, I only have one side.
We have the system in function. Just let me speak, please. We have the system in function in all levels of society. From your kid, you get told what to do by your parents until you grow up and you get told what to do by the state. It's an indoctrination thing. And most people are used to being told what to do. I was a problem child, so to speak. I never bowed down. And
we would have seen each other in front of the principal's office many a times, I'm sure.
Well, it went a lot further with me. I was kicked out of any school connection and out of society as a whole because I refused to bow down. And, that I'm happy on the outside of society, to be honest. That's where I thrive. And yeah, my main goal is to break down the whole hierarchy structure and show people a new possibility.
People's
Yeah,
perception
but
of
there's nothing.
happiness has been perverted in my perspective. Please go ahead.
Sorry, there's nothing. Well, it comes back to that relativism I was talking about earlier. I mean, there's nothing really to make them want to do that. There's no greater there's nothing greater for them to, achieve. They're just doing convenience or happiness or whatever. They're not trying to solve the problem. They're just doing whatever works.
Yeah, I saw a funny tweet from Peter Joseph the other day. I posted it in the chat earlier. It went, "My name is Peter Joseph. I'm here to remind you that if you're not angry and depressed, you're not paying attention. If you think you can hide from the failing external world, ignoring the problems to live your life, you're not part of the problem. You're a walking insult. Not only part of the problem." But yeah, that's a kind of funny, almost authoritarian type tweet.
I like the positivity it radiates, to be uplifting for people, to feel good about themselves. I think that's the best part about that one. Sorry, please continue.
Well, yeah, I'm just like Peter Joseph is, of course, the zeitgeist guy who's talking about Jack Fresco and
I know who he is.
resource-based economy. Please don't cut me off. Resource-based economy and changing the system into something more viable and sustainable. And many people saw his zeitgeist stuff that's like 10, 12 years ago. And here he is now using his frustration, trying to motivate people to actually do something. But I kind of agree with you're not only part of the problem, you're a walking insult kind of thing. You're really part of the problem if you ignore all the human rights violations that are currently going on. And it's just a mask, it's just a jab and whatever. No, it's time we draw a line in the sand. And you have to kind of decide if you're with the people or with the enemy, as I would call them.
I don't call them the enemy, I call them the lost. The sheep are shepherding themselves at the moment.
Yeah, but I was saying the people on top, the corrupted ones.
They're sheep as well.
Yeah, but that's whatever they're sheeping to, that's what I'm talking to, okay? So whatever you are, you think, it's time to just stop before you get taken out of commission. Reflect, meditate on this. Yeah, a wise man once said, power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And that seems to be a factor people really don't put into this. You need to factor that in if you want to understand what's happening. That machine is indicative of psychosis. And it's just going to keep on building and building. It doesn't really have any internal logic as such. It's a flawed concept that it's a problem, and now it's just gaining ground. We need to stop it. It's like a monster. It's like a dragon, if you will. We need to fight the dragon. The dragon doesn't stop. It's in its nature to destroy stuff and blow fire everywhere. That's what a dragon does. And if you're like all comfortable with that, well, again, you're part of the problem.
Everything has a beginning and an end, and this dragon or this thing that they've put into place the ramifications and the negative effects of it haven't caught up with it fully. You give that time as well. There are things that it's put itself into motion which haven't caught up with it yet. Everything at a time and a place.
Yeah, of course, but that's lazy talking right there. I'm looking for people with a sense of urgency that can actually see what's going on. The first responders, if you will, you like that expression a lot. And I see myself as one of the first responders saying that this is going to become your problem. Okay? I promise you. So deal with it now.
We're all, in essence, first responders here because we're all aware enough to know that something's not right on whatever level that is. Like, you know it in your core.
So yeah, I'm all for hearing everybody speak. So again, I'm going to tell anybody listening, you can jump in the Discord server and you can join the voice chat and you can be part of this conversation if you have something to add. I think that if everybody put in something, we have a fuller picture of what we need to do, and of course where people stand on stuff. I think that's the more important part of it myself. It's like a polling system that you never get from the media. And it looks like now, like most people are on the same page when it comes to this stuff. And the media is like just giving you a wrong picture of it. And, the whole Republican Democrat thing too. The media demonizes the other side, no matter what side they're supposed to be connected to, because they want it to seem like there's a fight, there's a continuous fight going, and these people really disagree. They have different value system. While when you talk to people one-on-one, they don't have that different values,
Yeah.
I think, conversation will solve this.
And the money that's pulling the strings in government is funding both sides, Democrat and Republican. Make no mistake about that. Money has no allegiance to either left or right. It has its own agenda and its own interest. And it's not yours.
Yeah, that's kind of the whole thing. We could solve the whole problem. And if people want to talk about money, well, we have enough money to solve or like eradicate poverty on the whole. But we're too greedy to actually do it. It's like it's unfair to give people something they didn't earn or whatever. It's quite stupid. I grew up in the 80s. And we were bombarded by pictures of dying children from Africa, like thinned out children, and they're starving to death. And that machine collected, so much money
Millions of
based on
dollars.
that. Yeah, you remember. those
Millions of
my
dollars, and
age
90% of them never got to anyone who needed it.
exactly. So that's kind of my point. You made it for me.
I'm really loving some of the initiatives since then. One in particular I had my eye on. I'm doing a bit of work in Shan State, Myanmar, with converting opium to coffee, getting the people over there self-sufficient. Building those big machines that they need for packaging stuff or providing stuff. Circuit International, they're called, but just that enabling a group of people to sort of pull themselves up by their own bootstraps is a fantastic thing. I mean, they might not be able to afford a massive big bagging machine, but heck, you can finance one, and they can pay it off with the profits they make. So initiatives like that, I think, are really helping. And when it's open and transparent, when every dollar you put in is accounted for and publicly, it's said, hey, here's the dollar you put in, and here's where it goes, and this is what it was spent on, and here's the profits which were paid back. I think if we're starting to move down that line of open, transparent systems where they are accountable, then you can have a bit more confidence in them. But these 08, these 1-800 numbers that you call and give them the credit card details, your $20-$30 a month or whatever, and you've paid your bit of social guilt.
That's pretty much
using
what
your
this
money
is about.
well, it's paying for their salary, so we can hire another person.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, there's no incentive in capitalism to actually stop, poverty or letting people pull themselves up by the bootstrap. No. That's like losing the revenue. If you sell them the bootstraps and keep them dependent on your bootstraps, that's another thing. But helping them pull themselves up by their own bootstraps, that's not capitalism.
No, well, yeah. So, they're obviously paying the bills for providing the service by the service they are providing. So it's a self-sustaining business, really. So yeah, it's the thing. But to get there from a dependency sort of state where you're growing opium to sell for minimal profits to people who are obviously shipping it to other countries, to get from there where you're utterly dependent on making your quotas and growing enough to satisfy the demand to not, and then getting penalized when you don't meet quotas and getting that sort of predatory industry, to turn that into something that's owned by the growers, where they can have a cooperative or a collective where they can afford to bring these things together. And
many places where they've done that, it's proved to be extremely successful, and productivity has actually gone up. And the company, again, because the employees were getting something from it, were then reinvesting back into the company when the company was looking to expand.
Yeah, but
if you feel like you're contributing to something.
Well, they were.
If you look at it on the whole, there's really no difference between your average typical mom and pop shop and these giant conglomerates. It's all based on the same kind of predatory capitalism. It looks better when you have a group of people owning something like that, but they are now in the same system competing against these other entities. And it's not really functional if you look at the bigger picture. But I'm all for sustainability and actually doing what you're saying. The problem is that capitalism is always working against that. That is most often, if you know how a financial system actually works.
I know what you're saying, and statistically, you're 100% correct.
Like, just listen to me. If I'm the one selling you your groceries, there's no incentive for me to have you grow your own food. That's shooting myself in the foot, isn't it?
True.
Yeah.
Very true.
So that's what I'm talking about. It's the principle. It's the structure. We need to
And we're
look at
both.
this in detail. Go ahead.
And we're both all for growing your own fruit, veg, whatever the case may be, become as self-sufficient as possible in whatever way you can.
Yeah, because we don't sustain ourselves with selling other people groceries, for instance. But a lot of mom and pop operations do that, and a lot of community operations do that. And if you came in there, they would see that as like undermining a system. If you started growing food in their society and not bought it from them, again, it's still the same system. It looks better on the surface, but at the end of the day, we will have to make it free. I know that's like capitalists will just cringe, but yeah, free.
What the Wiser was saying earlier. Sorry. Plans. Here's the business plan. I would heartily suggest never getting a loan. If anything, save up for something, or crowdfund, or what do you call it? But don't put yourself in debt, because that debt instantly comes back, has to be paid back with interest. So you'll be paying a lot more than what you would have if you saved, which holds you back in the long run.
The problem with this equation is that money itself in the capitalist system, it doesn't really produce anything other than debt. That's the only actual product it produces. While it leeches off of other stuff. It's kind of like a free radical in your system, eating your immune system up, while you should be putting it into system as a resource-based thing connected to something. If you produce 1 kilogram of food, that's equivalent to so and so much in money, and that's where the money should be generated from. Right now, a bank will generate money based on your debt slip. And most people don't know that, but they print up that money. The second you actually enter into an agreement, like a loan, they print that money out of thin air. It's not based on anything. Yeah.
Well, in many cases, they don't actually print it. They just transfer you the amount.
Digitally.
And it's been shown that they don't actually have that money, and they've been called into account several times to say, hey, you've got to have even 80% of what you're loaning out available in reserves, because, well, what happens if it crashes? Well, you get a subprime crisis. Oh, fuck. So yeah, I mean, just loaning out money that doesn't exist, so you can make profits off it that, in theory, cover the money that you've loaned. Oh crap, we've loaned out more than we get back.
And today it's not actually printed, as you say. It's just on paper. And
the Central Reserve or whatever will be printing. Yes, they will be printing the trillions that the government needs. Yes. But
and this is known as the fractional banking system. Back in the days, we used to have money connected to gold.
Did a great thing on it.
Yeah, but we skipped that part. Like, we don't have enough gold to accommodate all these people with money, so we need to start just printing up air money. And that's where the problem didn't start, but it got inflated, really, really inflated. Of course, gold doesn't really feed anyone either. It's not really, any value in it other than, a wedding ring or whatever. But if we had a resource-based economy, we could actually, rein in this problem.
Well, it was
Sorry.
Say what?
I posted a link to the Circuit International group that essentially that's how they broke that cycle of getting loans from loan sharks to grow opium to sell back to the loan sharks. They essentially started providing this sort of low interest finance that essentially got people out of that debt cycle, which was leading to literally human trafficking and all that sort of stuff that you need when you have a bill that you can't pay.
Well, a global opioid crisis is not going to fuel itself. Like, come on, let's be realistic.
Yeah, well, you're sucking the people dry that are growing the opium to start with. Anyway, so they've been reasonably successful, and the testimonials from some of these farmers who have actually got out of that cycle has been amazing to see. And some of the things that they built, massive big, grain silos and things that previously they had to go to a service provider who would charge them interest and then loan them money, and get them into that cycle of debt, just to be able to sell their produce.
What's this project called?
So this is called Circuit International. It's a group here internationally, I suppose, but founded in New Zealand, that's trying to essentially bring these opium farmers out of that debt cycle.
Okay. So it's active internationally. Yeah, it sounds interesting. People should check it out.
Yeah, I heard one of the guys talking about it. It was probably a couple of years back, and I was like, "That's a cool idea." And then they circled back and said, "Well, it might have been a cool idea then, but here's the pictures. This is what we're actually doing." And it was like, "Whoa, amazing!" And I think that same principle can be applied in our society if we can pull together resources and pull people out of that dependency on their debt on something.
Yeah, creating local sustainable economies is pretty much the only solution to this problem.
Yeah, and or even not even local. I mean, I've seen people from all around the world get together on a common goal. Certainly, some of the stuff.
What I mean is that we need to start locally. Think globally, but act locally. People are like, we need big international this and that. Well, what about your local community? Do you have that in function in your local community? If you start there first, that might actually help. Instead of talking in. Yeah,
I've been challenged with that in the past. I've got these skills, but I'm not using them on my local community. I'm using them for people halfway around the world, and so my local community is not benefiting. And I've really been challenged on that in the past. There was 3 months where I didn't have any income coming in, and I had to look around, and I found the local time bank, and that was amazing. Just the people that were leveraging their time and their skills just in a sort of equal reciprocal way, where they were essentially just I as a tech guy could solve someone's computer problem, and get given an hour, which I could then use for someone to go and dig over my garden because I'd spend an hour on the computer rather than digging the garden. And that hour for an hour reciprocal way of trading your skills and your time was amazing. Sadly, I got back into the working most of my day and sleeping the rest thing, and I missed that.
Well, get back to it. That sounds like the way to do it, the bartering economy. And, I would say if you have the possibility to get back into it, do it, and then document what's happening,
Oh, totally. I mean, the biggest thing with that is, particularly in our local legal jurisdiction, is that they have to remain hours. You can't equate them to money, otherwise they're a taxable thing. And when your time is being taxed, you've got a tax bill from the time you spent where no money was exchanged, then that becomes a problem. So you just got to watch the whole. It's strictly an hour. It's not an amount or a value other than that. But it's certainly a way to go. And I've leveraged things like, hey, I'm paying for a subscription to a service that someone else needs.
But a certain amount of measurement to these resources need to be there. If you're putting in 1 hour of, say, computer work for somebody, and you expect somebody to put in an hour of, let's say, machine digging on the other side, that number 2 would cost a lot more resources than number 1.
Yeah, but you've got to get past that, and it's really up to the individuals in the trade to work out how much it's worth. I mean, it doesn't have to be an hour is an hour of time. It's an hour is a unit of effort, and
Okay, I get you.
I did some technical work for someone the other day that probably only took me 15 minutes, and they gave me 2 hours for it because that was what it was worth to them. And and whereas I can use that 2 hours for, heck, I've had a fence built because I didn't have a clue, but find a builder who knows his stuff, and he's more than happy to take a few hours for it. But yeah, as I said, you've got to sort of watch it in our local jurisdiction with how, if you start saying, oh, that's worth 5 hours, but he's only working 1, then it becomes a sort of unit of value, which is then taxable, which is shit.
But the thing is that they can't really tax a barter system like that. That's why I like it. This is
they can in that. I mean, certainly when I was working with Internet Party, volunteers' hours, if they were providing value to you, had to be accounted, and it got counted against the total amount that you could spend in your political campaign. So that the sort of going rate for that effort, even if it was donated, was the value that was taken by the tax and the ministry or whoever they were, the election campaign finance people. So that the value of that contribution, whether it was given to you for free or not, was still counted against you. So you just got to be careful. It's just but at the end of the day, if someone's doing something for free and you're sort of giving them a kickback or something that's not taxed, that's when they want to. It's essentially you're injecting value into it without
again, the system of debt the system of debt and money itself is a registry system, and that's how they know what to tax. And I guess you need to talk to some politicians on this one, but they really have no business in volunteer stuff. If I want to help my neighbor pick potatoes, that's none of the taxman's business.
Yeah, it's more when you're helping or contributing to a commercial enterprise, that you're essentially saving them money. So yeah, I mean, a political party or even a growers organization or something. That effort that's being put in is essentially saving the organization money.
It has to be a non-profit on paper. That's the important part. Like, it's the actual structure around this. These greedy politicians found a way to sneak, their tentacles into volunteer work, and that needs to be, done something about. But the general structure you're talking about. Just let me finish.
Yeah, go on.
The general structure you're talking about is what we're looking for, a bartering system that avoids the whole money exchange. So, yeah, I'm all for it, but it needs to have a proper structure. If the taxman is already in there, he needs to be kicked out again.
Yeah. I can't remember what I was about to say, but
something to do with bartering and tax.
Yeah,
free bartering.
Oh no, it was the reciprocation. So often when people are volunteering, they're getting nothing for it, and that leads to volunteer burnout. And so because essentially hours are something that can
Couldn't agree more.
Can be generated, and they're not tied to any money. Essentially, if an organization needs to generate an hour in a time bank, they can create one. I mean, ideally the books should balance, but when it comes down to it, it's a virtual currency, right? So the way our local time bank works is someone.
You can't actually tie it. You can't actually tie it to money if it's a variable. If it's per agreement. One day it might be a computer against cutting down a tree or whatever, and the other day the value systems might be much higher. It's about moving vehicles, or like having a lot of people in the process, or whatever like that. So that can't be equated into one specific value. It varies, agreement to agreement. So that's an argument against the taxman. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Well, and that's exactly the way you do it.
Hypothetical here. I could get a mechanic to look at my car and fix a couple of things, and in return, I will fix his computer, or not charge him for any upgrades or any work done, for the next few jobs until it evens out.
Yeah, usually the way it works is, for example, I mean, literally, I was called to change someone's light bulb the other day. They provide the light bulb, and I provide the labor, and the labor gets given to me in the form of hours. And for them, the value is they don't have to reach up and change that light bulb. And for me, well, it's a simple, mindless task that doesn't. I'm more than happy to receive time for it, and that was my point. I was getting back to giving these volunteers something for their effort, to say, hey, that hour you put in is worth an hour that you can spend. You can get that hour back through the time bank. So here's an hour for your effort. Go and spend that somewhere else in the time bank. Get someone to do some proofreading for you. Get someone to write a CV for you. You name it, whatever it is.
Whatever will help you in whatever your endeavor is.
Yeah, and there's usually, and people just put in their skills and their resources and hey, I've got a weed whacker. I can come and trim your edges or something. I can do that, and that's what I like to do. I mean, it has amazed me the people that like doing gardening. I mean, I just find that I think I'm wasting my time. So, I'm sitting there digging for hours, but some people just love it.
Do you have a link for this?
So I put one in general. Timebanks.org is the sort of overarching thing, but there's usually local ones in your local area. And there's a few, like there's the Time for All. Time for All is a time bank that's sort of international as well. So you can register on there, and people from all around the world can request your services, or you can use their offers.
Is it tax exempt?
Generally, yes. Generally, this is not taxable. It all depends on your local jurisdiction. As I said, once you start equating a value to it, then that's usually where it becomes taxable, depending on your local
considered
tax
as a
laws.
hobby.
Well, it's just it's
and in
just,
most places you
it's
can
just helping
earn
someone with
a
something.
certain amount as a hobby without it having to be taxable.
Yeah. But there's also a bunch of
But
information.
you're not
there
earning
on that
anything.
link about-
They're talking about revenue, and you're not earning actual money.
Well, if I get
You're
something
not.
done,
You're not.
if I get
earning
something
money, but you're
done that I
reducing
would
your
otherwise
cost.
have to, if I get something done that I would otherwise have to pay for to get done,
Yeah.
and all I have to do is go and check out someone's computer and see why it's running slow and speed it up, which would take me less than 15 minutes. And most of that will be,
Yeah.
depending on the computer, waiting for it to boot up. Now,
Yep.
look,
Yeah.
it all
Someone asked me,
depends.
what do you do with computers? Wait
It
for
all
progress bars.
it all depends, because not only because I can't charge them for the half an hour or for the hour, which is normally what I charge, when I've only spent 15 minutes there. So I'll take the rest of the time by asking questions. Is there any other questions that you have? Is there any other problems that that have been persisting? Is there anything that you've noticed? Like, is there anything you want to discuss about it, so as for them to get their value about it? Because the more they know about the machine, the less they're going to need me, and the more money they'll save. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And their computer knowledge will grow from there.
Yeah, so definitely check it out, timebanks.org. But there's often, like my local one, Timebank Hut South or whatever it is. There's usually a local one that you can find, or an overarching one. I think timeforall.timebanks.org. Do check it out, and it's well worth if you can. Often they'll give you a couple of hours for just signing up, and you can try it out, see whether it works for you.
It would be nice if you could get some of the people behind this project to come on and talk about it.
It does sound interesting, most definitely. I wasn't aware of it until you brought it up.
There'll probably be people there that are willing to talk endlessly about it. I've got a few hours, and I could probably say, hey, here's my offer. Come and talk on here. I'll pay you an hour for it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, this hour pays for itself, though. This is in everyone's benefit because we're getting the word out. Yeah.
As I was trying to say before, often, because these hours aren't, I suppose, they're not precious, I suppose. I mean, they are to some people, but, if someone, for example, paid me 2 hours for my 1 hour's work, I'd say, hey, I made on this effort, and you can donate it into a community pool. And the community pool is often donated to others. And if there's someone down the road who finds it hard to mow their lawns, then the Time Bank will say, hey, we'll pay some hours to anyone who wants to go and mow their lawn.
I do a lot of free.
Well, I get the whole hour. I get the whole hour thing, first of all, but let's say you have 3 people and they're all donating an hour, but this project needs an excavator. Who is going to provide the excavator? And does that provide him an extra hour or extra 5 hours, whatever it's worth?
Well, that's up to the excavator driver. Maybe there's an
Yeah, he has to
excavator dude
calculate that.
who's sitting there and he says, "Hey, my excavator's available. Pay me give me 2 hours, and I'll come and sort out your project." I mean, maybe you have to pay for the diesel or whatever. I mean,
that's kind of it.
Usually additional costs are paid for.
There's still cost there. And if nobody's making money, everybody's donating their time, where's the money for the diesel going to come from?
Well, yeah. And so, my example earlier where I changed the light bulb, they bought the light bulb, so they paid for the thing. And it's essentially the labor that's being paid for. But there are people that are willing, sometimes willing to leverage it. They want a couple of hours, and they'll equate that to, I want a couple of hours for this service or this virtual thing. To them, it's worth.
If you had the producer, just listen to it. If you had the producer of the light bulb in this agreement too, then it will be doable. Totally. Yeah, exactly. I'm just looking at the details. I really talk to the people.
For example,
I really want to talk to the people behind it. Yeah, please talk to them. Ask them to come on an open mic talk show just to talk about this concept.
Yeah, totally.
Open mic talk show, and the subject is open discussion.
Hey, as I said earlier, Manji stands for menagerie. There's all sorts of things and ideas and things happening in this head of mine. So there's usually something.
And it's good to discuss them. It's good to get them on the table for other people to hear. And for all quite a few people now, we're in the right place at the right time to hear about something that interests them, that they've learnt from, purely because of this connection of time and space where everything happens at a time and a place, a meeting, intersections. It's all about the intersections of the lines.
Yep.
I love it.
Yeah, totally. One of the things I founded over 20, I suppose, years ago was that concept of community connectivity. Connecting these people to these people. And back then it was stringing a bit of Cat 5 over a fence, but
very underestimated.
It's morphed into trying to find the needs and connecting them to the people who can fulfill those needs. And it's just about spending time listening to people, really.
I want to have them in here so they can, share their links and, network with the rest of the people, and if other people want to make, similar projects, they might be able to connect it to this. That sounds like an international organization already. So, yeah, it's very interesting. We want to talk to them.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I've got to hit the road. I'm heading into. I'm not actually sure what it is. It's a meeting of the minds. A bunch of alt techie types. So who knows? I might jump back on if I can find Wi-Fi. But I'll catch you guys on the next time. Otherwise,
that sounds extremely interesting. And take care. Travel safe. Look forward to chatting.
Thanks for being on.
Don't be a stranger.
Hey, no, you'll find me everywhere, unfortunately.
No, it's all good. It's all good. And it always will be with that saying.
All right. Cheers, guys.
Ciao for now.
And girls.
Peace.
Guys and gals.
Yeah, that's right up my alley, at least. With that's the whole resource-based economy right there in hours. It's a smart concept. I didn't know anybody was actually
Peter Joseph. He's got the Zeitgeist Addendum, I think it is. That's a great thing to catch up
addendum,
on. Addendum, yeah, that's a great thing to watch if you haven't seen it.
What are we talking about?
Documentary.
Oh,
we're talking about the resource-based economy on the whole, and we're talking about Peter Joseph and the Zeitgeist movement and what he was talking about resource-based economy. And we just talked to this guy from New Zealand who was talking about a time bank where people instead of getting paid in cash, they get paid in time. So they get hours instead of, whatever dollars. And so they avoid the taxing system and, avoid using money and avoid, feeding the beast. It's genius, if you ask me.
Yes.
Yes, it is. It makes a lot more
Yes.
sense.
As he was talking, I was like, I want to know more. And then when you asked him about, can he get somebody to tell us more about it, I was like, yes, go Thor, do your thing, man. I was like, that was sweet. He came out of nowhere.
Yeah, but that's that's the first thing I'm thinking. Like, let's get
Same.
people together and talking. We don't
Couldn't agree more.
we don't need middlemen if they're not necessary. If we can talk directly to these people and they can present their own project, of course, that would be the best thing. But that's the first thing I think about in all these contexts. That's why people are on this call together,
Yeah.
But yeah, that's some good stuff. I'm kind of like blown
One
out
of
of
the
the water. I want
ideas
to check out.
that Niza, or the Wise, sorry, was talking about a couple of podcasts back, of the community sort of grass areas, or to be utilized as grow areas for either fruits or vegetables or both, all over the place, and for communities to do that. There are many places that have done this quite successfully. And yeah, they've done very well for themselves.
But the problem is with that, we're making permanent like living spaces that will not go down, like tar and pavement. It's made to last forever, or a very long time.
No, I hear you. Like, there are certain spaces, depending on where you are, of course,
Yeah.
that are just grassed over. Like that's it. Those grass areas you can plant trees there. You know what I mean? Fruit trees.
Yeah.
And different ones, spaced evenly throughout the community. And several.
Yeah, we do have enough space. It's a matter of willing to do it, and that would be a local community thing, because no business, very few
for that area.
Yeah, exactly. Very few governments would actually benefit from people growing their own food. That's kind of the problem. They have the financial interests getting in the way. And that's why I keep talking about local governance. You need to put this into your own hands if you want it to happen.
Yes, I couldn't agree more, Thor.
And if like the like the structure of how everything runs just like shuts down one day, we're gonna be absolutely screwed if we don't know how to like make our own, like grow our own food. Like, that's skills that we had before.
Purify our own water.
Yeah. Like, that's skills that we had before, but we've lost because we've been depending on like government agencies to do it for us.
Yep. And had our growth stunted.
Yeah.
Our independence stunted. There is a term when you mistreat an entire populace.
AKA the world.
No. I've been looking into some philosophies, and because I've been cramming my head with it, I've still sort of yet to process it all. And I think I'm going to have to reread some of it to refresh the memory, because I don't want to get the quotes wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't want to sort of.
Well, like, say it in your own words or what you think it is, and then go back and read the quotes.
The word that I was trying to find, I'd only ever heard once on this particular documentary, and it was sort of basically the stunting of a civilization, the mistreatment, the parasitic feeding off of them kind of thing. It was all combined into one word. And, you know, this was spoken about by an intellectual who was saying, you know, that this is where I see it heading if we're not too careful. I can't remember the word, but as soon as, damn it, look, I'm going to have to bring up the documentary. Give me a little bit.
I have a documentary I think some of you should check out. It's on YouTube. It's
I highly recommend that any documentary that you find extremely interesting and useful, you copy, because there is a good chance it will not last for too long. So make sure that you get a copy of everything. Otherwise, in some cases, it may be the last time you see it, or you'll get glimpses of it from the Wayback Machine that, you know, took a copy of the web page, but none of the connecting links.
Oh yeah. It's called From Below Survival. Oh, it's still how would I get a copy of it? Because it was never actually sold. It's on YouTube.
I'll give you a link, and you just put the URL of the YouTube into it.
And you can just download videos like that
from YouTube and a couple of other places if you need to get a backup.
That's crazy.
No, there's always ways to do things. You just got to think outside the square, think outside the tesseract.
No, I mean it's crazy that I didn't know how to do that. I mean, I wanted to and stuff, but
well, give me a minute. I'm just having a coffee and relaxing, and I'll throw that link over to you.
Yeah, I'm still gonna post the link in general for the video.
Have I got documentaries for you?
Yeah, the guy that's like that's in the guy that they're following, that the camera's following around. I talked to him like 3 or 4 times. So do it that way you will. And there was apparently a documentary. Does anyone know Project 89?
No, not familiar with it.
Well, Project 89 is basically essentially a cult. I'm just gonna say it like that. But there was a documentary that, like, I know a guy who was in the project that had a copy of it but wouldn't release it because the guy that he got it from, he doesn't know if that guy wants to release it or not. So I'm eager to see, because he said there was like some like it was essentially the good stuff, like presents under a Christmas tree kind of thing, but only like a few people have actually seen it. So, and apparently some people have shared it around, but I can't find any trace of it.
If you have the name of it.
I don't.
Okay.
Not much information is known about it.
There's ways to find everything. Trust me.
That's true.
Wasn't it called Project 89? Wasn't that what you said?
Yeah, Project 89 by Neurocam.
Now I'm going to link a couple of talks from a recent YouTube channel I've stumbled across called the Academy of Ideas. And I find them most interesting, to say the least.
I find there's something online, talks about some Project 89, but it's very abstract. Many of these documents and pages refer to a phenomenon, something. Yeah, it's. But they do have. Yeah, they do have a Discord server. So
I know.
I can link.
I've been in it.
Okay. But yeah, what was this project about, you said?
I don't actually have a full understanding of it, like a very good one. But I interviewed the guy that I was seen it, but wouldn't release it. I'll post that link in general as well. So I matched my voice with a voice changer. So in that video, and his as well, and his. I've been told it's a little difficult to understand, deal with.
Yeah, because of the voice changer?
Yeah.
Well, that's a hint.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. The people you don't want to know, you don't want to have an idea of what you're doing. They already know everything about you, more than you know about yourself. They have analyzed all your patterns. They can tell who's typing because you have a unique pattern when you type, just like a fingerprint. Yeah. And people aren't aware of this. They think they can hide away using a VPN or something, but yeah, it's getting difficult. Very difficult.
It's getting more, and people should be able to act anonymously, but governments and agencies and all that crap don't want you to do that.
In some ways, I feel what somebody has to say is more important than how they look like or who they are, really.
Yes.
If they're saying something
we
profound,
just had this,
you cannot help but listen.
Whistleblower. We just had this Facebook whistleblower come out and explain in detail. Yeah, whatever. But we get the general idea here, and that Facebook is a giant intelligence gathering operation, and they're using this intelligence to analyze people in depth.
Many have been saying this for years. James Corbett, Whitney Webb, Ryan Christian, James Evan Pilato.
I could have told you this. Top of my head. I could have told you this at Facebook's infancy, but that's not the point.
Yeah.
Now I have something to back it up with, and I'm telling people, I told you so. Okay, I can link you to shit I made 20 years ago that said exactly the same thing. I hope you're listening this time. Okay, this is a message from Anonymous to you people listening. I hope you're listening this time. Okay. It's time to do something. Okay? We have to organize against this fucking machine.
All right. Here's the thing. At any moment in your entire career, and I'm not saying that this is the case at all, but have you ever questioned if maybe you're wrong about this? Not many people do. I have. But then I look back at my evidence and I see that, oh, wait, there's no way I can be wrong about this. But have you ever at least questioned yourself once?
Well, I take my knowledge from the right sources when it comes to how the military and intelligence services are actually,
I like to
doing.
question not only if I'm wrong.
Just let me finish. Just let me finish. Okay. I talk to and listen to the people who have actually worked on it. And of course, you have official documents and protocols explaining exactly how it's done. When it comes to national security, nothing like Facebook would be in existence without them being the last controller. That's how it works. Or else you're giving away national security to some company. And that would be very dangerous. So there's no question about it. It's not like, oh, this might be, there's no question about it. Just let me be clear about that.
I'm not just talking about Facebook, about like, sorry, I know I'm breaking up. I'm not talking just about Facebook. I'm talking about like everything, like the conspiracy, like all the stuff about COVID vaccine. What if the government is actually just trying to help us? Like, have you ever asked any of those questions at all?
No.
Well, I know the nature of this beast, and I know it well. I tried to explain to you many times, but I'll say it again. That power will corrupt the human. It has corrupted these people. And what you're seeing is a psychosis. That is what's happening. It's not normal behavior at all. It's not something, oh, they're trying to save us. No, they have a psychosis. They have been corrupted by greed in their minds. And that's what happens. If people don't grasp this yet, we're lost.
And
people
I agree with
get crazy. Okay?
Can I add
Just
something?
let me finish and I will stop when I'm finished. Okay? People get crazy when they get power. If you do not understand that, you cannot deal with this problem. I'm finished.
Yeah, no, I agree with everything that you've said.
I do too. I'm just simply asking, I'm basically being a devil's advocate.
And I understand that and respect that. That is a good point to make, and I'm glad you brought it up.
Thank you.
Because I not only question, am I wrong? But that also has to be viewed as questioning, hey, am I right?
Yeah, but this is the accumulated effect of bad decision making. It's not a big fucking conspiracy. It's just man and stupidity. And if that's not clear for you, we can go over how this came into being again. We can talk about fractional banking. We can talk about the whole system, but it should be clear by now. And I have enough people to back me up on this. Believe me, I can cite research going back 100 years explaining why capitalism is a bad fucking idea, why fractional reserve banking will destroy us. And now we're seeing the results of it. So, yeah, it's not like pulling something out my ass. I'm an adult. I've been around for quite some time, and I've seen this, evolve in my lifetime, or devolve, I should say. But yeah, there's no doubt about it. The system is an accumulated big problem. It's a hurdle we made ourselves, and now we are unable to climb it. Thank you.
I agree with that. Like, it might just be naive of me to like bring that up.
Not at all.
All questions
As in an open discussion, everything is open. We're just discussing. We're not trying to talk each other into anything. We're not trying to, you know what I mean? Like, so yeah, any idea, any point of view is welcome. That's the whole point of an open discussion. It has to be, and it has to remain so.
I agree.
Yeah, and I'll try to be as patient as possible when repeating myself. But I get you're a young kid, so like this might not be obvious to you yet. It wasn't to me when I was 16. So, yeah.
I did mention that my mental age range was 55 to 73, right?
Well, mine is 5,000 years or something like that. Well, I get you. You're a smart kid, and
what you'll find,
you're
V,
smart enough to be here. So
is that as time progresses, just as everything changes around you, so will you, and you will grow more so than what you currently have. It's inevitable.
It is.
Change is inevitable. Growth is optional.
And I know
pretty much.
I'm not the same person. I know for a fact that I'm not the same person I was 2 years ago.
And you won't be the same person. In a way you are, but you're not. So it's a duality thing. It's the balance. Again, all about balance again. Equilibrium.
Well, to change, you're in the middle of like the major ones, like from childhood to adulthood type stuff. You're going to go through life.
Krishnamurti put it brilliantly. If I could find the quote.
You need to Google faster. You should just like Google first and then come with the quote. Like I did Peter Joseph. But yeah, I guess we're kind of coming to the end of the discussion here.
Of course, I join in at the end.
We've been going, or not we, but the show has been on for 4 hours at least. So I jumped in a bit late because, well, I managed to pull everything in my body and hurt myself to the degree that I fell asleep. So sorry for not being part of the first part of this, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's up to you if you have something to talk about, people.
Honestly,
that Krishnamurti quote is, "There is no end to education. It is not that you read a book, pass an examination, and finish with education. The whole of life, from the moment you are born to the moment you die, is a process of learning." Judy Krishnamurti.
Yeah, I think most people would see it that way too. You can still learn shit when you're 90. Type stuff.
It might be slower, but you can. Basically,
not necessarily slower.
That's
you have years of wisdom on other matters, which will then later come in play because things are all connected and overlap. It's a complete different outlook and perspective towards things. And what you perceive as a physical limitation, right? You're not taking into account the wisdom, there is a huge difference between education, intelligence, and wisdom. And never confuse either of them for either of them.
Yeah.
They're all unique in their own right. So yeah, when they combine, which takes time, and wisdom is the one that takes the longest, that accumulates and overlaps on everything. So yeah, it's one of the things that you've really sort of got to cherish.
However, I don't see many adults using very good wisdom, at least nowadays.
Look, not everybody is the same, as you would have noticed.
That's true.
Now, that's not a bad thing, right? Because we all have different gifts. We all have different talents. And There's an old saying where everybody's gifted, but not everybody's unwrapped their gift. And everybody has multiple gifts. I mean, just the ability to be empathic is a gift. It's an ability that allows you to connect with others on an unspoken level.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's all about perspective. It's all about perspective and the ability
everyone,
to see the one thing from many, many, many perspectives as possible, to be divergent in your way of thinking and approaching a subject. I posted a couple of videos above. Sorry, go ahead.
When I approach a subject, I like to look at all sides of a story. Like, for example, Facebook, I like to look at evidence that backs up Facebook, and I find very little evidence that backs up Facebook.
Sometimes it's not just what's being said. You got to take into account who's saying it and why and what their motives may be. Like you've really got to sort of take this into a really sort of broad perspective to understand the sort of it properly, if you get what I'm saying. And that's, so yeah, it's again comes down to looking at it from multiple perspectives as possible, and the ability to do so.
To completely understand a story or some type of subject, you have to be able to look at it from as many perspectives or all perspectives. Because if we think about it, American history has been like heroes of the United, like they've been basically superheroes for like years. Guess what? George Washington owned slaves. Columbus just killed an entire tribe of natives. Columbus
Conquistadors.
Yes, and fucking basically, we're not looking. History is written by the winners. The Britons don't learn about the American Revolution, even though it's an important event in their history as well. We don't learn about anything with Britain unless we probably go to Britain.
Their accomplishments.
Yeah.
Foreshadow their defeats, pretty much.
That would give you a broader picture, which would get you thinking outside of the little box that's being built around you. Now, would you stop that?
No.
Of course. Look. I agree 100%. There is a fire.
Yeah.
And like all things, everything takes time. And I think not enough credit is being paid on the fact that we are able to communicate right now during a global pandemic lockdown and still converse and exchange ideas. So in a way, yes, the box is built. As Thor said, I cannot deny that. I agree with everything that he said. But we are working outside while still existing simultaneously in a duality position inside the box as well as outside the box currently while having this conversation. Because it's within the system, but we're still outside of it. And doing something which they, by all intents and purposes, with these lockdowns and stuff, are trying to sort of discourage.
we're working.
Yeah, that's the problem.
We're working inside the box. Well, we're working outside the box, inside the box.
Yep. Duality.
Well, back in the days, they used to have a guy who climbed up a tower and rang a bell if there was a fire in the town. And I feel right now as we are the ones who should be having that job, but somebody's stopping us from climbing the tower and ringing the bell. That's not the problem.
That all has to do with reach. Because
pretty much.
if the bell is like if the what is it called? If the I don't know what it's called. The thing that you like ring. Fuck. Anyways, if the thing that you ring inside the bell is not big enough for like a lot of people to hear, no one is gonna get out of that town. They're all just gonna get burned by the fire.
So yeah, what's that thing called? Is a striker? It's like, yeah, I know what part you mean, but yeah, I get the analogy. Now I just started wondering what that thing is called, but yeah, that's kind of the picture I want to paint for people here. That the first responders are being kept back, and kept quiet, while those you don't want in control in a crisis have taken control, and they're driving the crisis. So
I think that kind of picture should be made into some type of fuck.
Mem.
No. The clapper, yeah. And so I think a political cartoon, like a political cartoon of someone who goes to ring the bell, but then the clapper is like in his hand, not attached to the bell. Like that would be genius.
We'll start painting or like drawing, I
Town
guess.
crier.
Yeah, that's what is called the crier. Yeah. Cry out, people.
Oh, hello.
Greetings.
Hello, guys.
How's things?
Hi.
Anyone?
Everyone. Can you hear us? I'm guessing not.
What's happening, Cypher? I guess he has a bad connection. Well, welcome to the show.
Thank you. I was live yesterday. These were the same people I met yesterday.
Say what? I didn't quite catch that. Your connection is a bit poor. Your sound is a bit muffled.
It is.
Oh.
One, two, 1, 2.
Actually,
I can hear.
I'm gonna go contact a friend to see if draw something.
Well,
What would you like to talk about?
I think Cypher is playing with his phone.
no, I'm not. Is my network is really poor.
Oh, I hear.
The stream seems to be glitching on my side.
It seems
what would you like to talk about?
let's continue from where we stopped yesterday.
He said,
Okay, so that was the town crier and ringing the bell, ringing the alarm. Anybody have any good ideas on how to ring the alarm?
well, usually I would say, well, if you, you see, this is why I did all my research into all this stuff. You see, if we want to get the attention of people, we who are not paying attention or who are not listening, we have to interrupt their daily life in some way by grabbing their attention.
And the best thing that grabs attention and gets a message across is something in an audio visual format.
Exactly. And what did Anonymous used to do when, back when it was big?
Paint themselves with Vaseline covered in pubes and walked into a Church of Scientology in protest.
Exactly. That got national attention.
So we need to do that again to the same place, same group of people, same organization, and that would freak them right the hell out.
And that would get their attention. And then that would get news people lining up to interview us.
But with all due respect,
I was only kidding though.
Yeah, our target
I don't
is
think we
not
should do that.
Church of Scientology.
That's true. That's true.
They're a bunch of crazy people, and we don't really, need that distraction. We should be taking the fight to, the real problem, the government itself.
That was just merely an example. We need to catch the attention of cameras.
Well, then we need a celebrity. Get us a face.
Not necessarily. All you need is to create something first in an audio visual format and it will spread itself. The truth has a way of spreading itself.
It does.
Just as lies do.
What I've been thinking about
We're in the process of doing that now, but it's a very slow process. People need to understand that we have powers working against us. If we want to push this to the next step, we need some extra something. We need to get on the news for some reason,
Yes. So if I were to make a list of a political cartoon with the bell analogy, would I put Fire Town and then someone ringing a bell, but like the clapper is out or something like that?
Well, it needs to reference what the problem is in some way.
True.
And that it might be complicated to put into one single cartoon, but a good political, cartoonist would probably be able to do it. But yeah, it's again a matter of reach. If they see something trending that they don't want trending or don't have control over, they just shut it down. That's how this system works. There's no organic reach anymore. You need to have some kind of interest or reflect some kind of corporate interest before people jump on board. You need to sell something they can make money off of,
Yeah.
And if it's just you, that seems to be doable nowadays. Individuals who talk about nothing on YouTube get sponsorships. So,
all right,
maybe that's the way to go.
I'm posting an image in general. This seems like something that we're going for with the bell analogy. Oh, someone turned on their camera.
Yeah, that's me.
I figured.
Okay. So, you guys, how do you think we could catch the attention of the public in a very smart way?
I didn't catch that.
Well, I have the easiest solution, and that's money. What can I say? Let's stop beating around the bush here. We need money, people. If any millionaires are listening,
you are correct. So we need money, but before money comes in, we need to show people what we are actually fighting for.
Begging for money isn't going to get us anywhere. We need to give them a reason to give us money beforehand.
Oh, I already gave you a reason.
Say,
that's
I'm not for begging.
No.
You
gave us a template of a reason. We have to make it.
No. I gave you a very good reason. This is the reason. We don't have reach. There's nobody actually listening to us. And this is an open mic. Everybody can come on and talk. And that should paint the picture for people. That means real, normal people aren't really, listened to, or they don't have any reach as such. So if we could make a forum where everyday people can talk to everyone like this, then, that would benefit everyone at the end of the day.
But again, we have to make that presentable to modern standards.
Yeah, and there's only one way to do that, and that's by money, because there's no organic reach left.
We are just going to go around in circles with this.
You're talking to a person who's been on this for over 20 years. That's longer than you have been alive. So just trust me on this one. I know exactly what's going on. One day back in 2016, I reached 500,000 people on my Facebook page. That's 500,000 people in just a few hours. But today, that same page reaches an average of 30 to 50 people per post. If you understand the equation there, you understand what's happening. And if you go online and do some research about this, a lot of media analysts have, already told the story about the death of organic reach and what's happening in social media and the finance world as such. It's all a big money scheme now. And of course, they don't want to give anybody a free voice when they can make a lot of fucking money on controlling what's being said.
But
so
point, there needs to be a way. We shouldn't exactly beg for it. We need to convince them.
That's what I'm saying. There is a way, and that is money. And if you have a ton of money, well, go ahead, finance it. Or otherwise, we're going to have to ask people for money. We're not fucking begging. We're telling people to put money into something productive and intelligent. We're not asking to sponsor us. We're asking them to sponsor themselves. In short, this should be very simple and easy. We're not beggars.
But again, if someone wants to sponsor themselves in a project or some type of podcast that they don't know anything about, it needs to be presentable.
Yeah, but like I said, it presents itself. It's an open mic. Right now, you're a part of representing it. So think about that. Template, idea, or actual, project. Call it what you will, but that's what it is. There's a reason why we're sitting here talking to an audience about this right now. That's because somebody put effort into making that happen.
You.
Well, I'm not going to say just me. There's a lot of people helping. Without the streamer, we wouldn't be streaming, for once. Without people on, there wouldn't be a show. So,
that's true.
Not just me. But yeah, this is it. We put some effort into it. It's happening.
I'll get something here.
All right.
Public access anonymous. Is it different from Anonymous as we know it?
You broke up there.
What do
I
you
couldn't
mean?
hear you.
I said Public Access Anonymous. Do you guys want to make it a different chapter from Anonymous as we know it?
Well, the thing is that, if we're being honest here, a lot of us are part of the original Anonymous. We were there since day one, and we've been working for years on this project.
Anonymous, exactly.
Yeah, and this would be a branching out of the rest of the project we're doing. We have a lot. Yeah, what people seem to think that Anonymous is not what Anonymous actually is. People think Anonymous is a bunch of hackers taking down websites, or what. That's not what we are. We are community activists. We are. Let me finish. We are community activists. We have been organizing marches and protests and very specific, projects for years.
That's true. But before that, we were a bunch of trolling misfits.
Yeah, I can mention Millions Against Monsanto as one of the projects that actually came out of Anonymous.
Also,
and I bet you all know what Monsanto is. Go ahead.
Also, the Egyptian and Tunisian revolutions back in the 2012, I think, or 2009. I don't know.
I have no personal knowledge of any such happening. That is my official statement.
I have an entire timeline and a documentary about the history of this group, and I joined this like 2 or 3 years ago, but
same as me too.
And the thing,
3 years ago.
Yeah, and the thing is, I did. I can tell you, a lot of people my age just joined and probably didn't do any research into what they were doing, and I did that, so I have a better understanding of this group than a lot of other people do, and I even wrote about it in an entire. I even wrote an entire paper on it. It's 6 pages long. It goes into great detail about how Anonymous is being misrepresented in the media. So that's really it.
Yeah, it's been that way for quite some time. And all the activism gets pushed to the side, and people talk about some website being defaced or whatever. That is really just ridiculousness. We're trying to feed people, we're trying to build community gardens, and we're protesting mandates and lockdowns
but the reason that people are saying that is because we've had a history in doing that kind of stuff. Like for example, the Habbo hotel raids. A bunch of assholes just ruined a children's game by drawing swastikas on the screen.
And that has nothing to do with Anonymous.
I want you guys to bear in mind that apart from Anonymous, there are also other hacking groups, as I may call it. I know some, they were called LouisSec, some were called red hackers or black hat hackers, white hat hackers, if you guys can recall. Most of those hackers may be involved, but yet the media will publicize it as Anonymous to be involved in such hack.
Anonymous is an idea, not a group.
Yeah, the whole thing about what Anonymous did or is or whatever. It's the media painting these pictures. We don't have any reach. Like we lost our reach years ago. So if somebody's talking about anonymous, it's not anonymous. But I can guarantee you, if you're hearing somebody talking about anonymous, they're not anonymous. I mean, on the media.
And the thing is, we lost our reach because of the FBI hunting some of us down.
Well, we lost our reach because of the algorithms and the systems suppressing us.
That's true.
We used to, like I said, reach millions of people, but then they, put in new security systems to shut us down before we started. It's not like they have to see us trending anymore. They can stop us. Just the algorithm is saying this is about to trend, shut it down. That's how it works nowadays. You get filtered long before.
We still need to
evidence of the FBI actually encouraging, like an agent provocateur, encouraging people to riot, to break the rules, and therefore then go in straight afterwards and arrest them as to sort of secretly encourage and promote and help out the person that's about to commit the crime. Exactly, and then come in and solve it and publicize it and make an example of this person.
So first you create a problem. So there is a reaction, usually a public reaction from the TV or whatever, and then you swoop in and offer a solution. Problem, reaction, solution is called the Hegelian dialect, if you're not familiar.
So I think that we still need to figure out a way to get around this new security algorithm. And I don't think anyone has cracked that yet. Like for our purposes, for the purpose that we want to do, no one has cracked that. But people who are just fucking around, like playing the games and trolling people, they've cracked that.
The problem with that is that even though if you had the skills to do it, you wouldn't have the resources to do it. It's the equivalent. It's the hacking equivalent of landing a person on Mars. It's absolutely doable, but it will take a lot of fucking resources.
Yeah.
So if anybody wants, go ahead. I'm all for it. If you can break that thing, of course you're a genius and you have resources way beyond what we have.
I think that
what are you guys talking about that we should break? What algorithm?
Nothing. At this point, this is an open discussion to sort of discuss ideas as
this is totally theoretical and abstract. We're not talking about any specific things, but what algorithm again? That would be a lot of algorithms as such, but we're talking mainly about the Facebook algorithm. That is the biggest one because it affects over 2 billion people. So if you
as well as
potentially could.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
As well, not just the Facebook algorithm, but the algorithm of the internet in general and how things spread around. But Facebook is one of the most popular social media platforms, possibly the most popular, I don't know. So, I believe that if we were to, if an algorithm needed to be broken first, it would have to be Facebook. But the problem with that is Facebook is like a multi-billion dollar, I think, website that has people who, like technicians and engineers and all that stuff, constantly fixing and repairing and updating things. So people would have to come up with something that wouldn't be able to be easily fixed in an amount of time, in an amount of time, so a message could be spread. Like, I'm talking about like some of the most dangerous, notorious viruses ever. It doesn't have to necessarily be a virus, but like to knock down, even if it's only temporary, that would be good enough. Would you agree?
Well, again, what you're talking about now is more like trying to land the person on Pluto. It's doable in theory, but that's about it. You cannot, virus affect that algorithm. It's backed up a million times. Trust me.
I know.
And these people have more servers and resources than you could ever imagine. This is the biggest military operation there's ever been. Over 2 billion people involved. Oh, did I say military? Slip up, sorry. But yeah.
I mean, I guess what I'm saying is our number one target for knocking down an algorithm would be Facebook. But seeing as you just made a good point that we probably wouldn't be able to do that. So we would have to. So essentially, Facebook is like the top floor of a building, right? If you're trying to knock down a building, where do you go? You don't go to the top floor. You go to the bottom floor. You go to the foundations, right? And what are the foundations? Obviously, less popular. Well, less popular than Facebook. Social media sites like YouTube, Instagram, or
That's not
Twitter.
the foundation of this house. Excuse me for interrupting your analogy, but this doesn't. Let me finish. Let me finish. This analogy doesn't work because the bottom part would be. Let me talk. Let me talk. You can talk after I'm done.
It's background
Please
noise.
don't interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me. We had enough interruption this evening, so I'm putting my foot down now. You're going to have to let me finish. Okay? Yeah. So, yeah, like I said, this problem as such, you're trying to paint a picture of this being doable in that sense. Like, if you want a real analogy, the bottom part of it is the internet providers and the people who have the actual infrastructure of the internet itself. And if you could possibly affect that part of it, please don't interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me. I'm not done. Please don't interrupt me. No, he's talking. So, yeah, he's been temporarily muted because I can't deal with this. Like I said, the bottom part needs to be the structure of the internet itself, and it's via that we could actually get control over it. Right now, of course, that's in the hands of the military as well. So,
that's true.
Yeah, in order to get on the inside of that, we would have to do something like, actually physically being on the inside of it. Yeah. So if somebody can do that, or make some kind of super Trojan type thing that can avoid that algorithm, just mask itself from it, and then come popping up when it's least expected, reaching 1 million people or whatever. But constructing something like that is, again, that's more theory based stuff. So
I'm thinking that we should definitely
just an old school hint, right? When you do gain access to a system, it's best not to wreck anything or destroy anything. because what it does is leave evidence that you were there. At best, what you want to hope is to remain undetected for that to be then useful.
Yeah. And I think
So,
that's what got a lot of people in trouble.
and another thing, I just wanted to say another thing. You don't always. There's more than one way to do the same thing. Sort of more than one way to skin a cat, and you don't have to destroy to rebuild.
It really sounds like we're getting to the end of this discussion now.
I mean, I guess my point is, I've observed, I've done research into what is possible, essentially, like what was possible back from in 2008 to like 2012 until Anonymous went under, and I've been disappointed that it hasn't happened because of a security blocking algorithm, basically, or not security, but like a secure algorithm that doesn't let this happen. And I've noticed that myself. I've done videos in my own work, and they haven't launched off like I was hoping they would. And I've observed videos from back then as well, and I saw what worked and what didn't work. But it's difficult to try to think a way around a system that has only one weakness.
Trust me, it's best to use your powers to create, not to destroy. There are enough people destroying things.
That is true, yes.
The ability
Today,
to
there's only
transform a
one
negative
way.
into a positive is a gift as well. Keep that in mind.
Today, there's only one way around this system, and that is to rein it in politically, because it's already secure enough to never get taken out. So now we have to start talking about who gets to make the rules here. And do we allow censorship on this level? Is that even safe? You know, what can happen if the wrong people are in control of the the information here?
Unqualified.
Yeah.
When you think
I mean,
about
that's
it,
exactly what happened now with. Just let me finish, dude. That's exactly what happened now with this big fucking COVID thing. It's a big media scare, nothing more. There's no deadly fucking killer virus going around. It's going around in people's heads. And everything is now like backing that story up because it's coming from the top. And that's what I'm talking about. People, dangerous people having control over the narrative. And we should come together as an international community and talk about, is this something we want to allow? Is this safe for the world? And I would say we have proven it is unsafe.
And I don't exactly feel comfortable with a small room with a Congress with only three branches of government, which doesn't take up that much population, at least for the U.S. That doesn't take up that much of a population to make all the decisions. That's a very, very small percent of the population of the U.S. And those guys are probably as corrupt as they come, or at least a large majority of them.
Yeah.
So basically, we should not put our trust in candidates that wear a freaking three-piece suit and have like perfect white teeth. Because
yeah, and we also have to take into consideration the connections that people have to the military and the whole people seem to forget there's something called the Pentagon and the big military conglomerate that has the biggest fucking, war machine that ever existed on this planet. Like, it's all about politics or whatever. No, at the end of the day, it's about who has the biggest fucking gun. And
no one is asking the right questions.
Yeah, the military has its own purpose. It's a machine that's built on war, so it needs war to function. It needs like illegal opium being sold on the planet to create conflict, and that's how you make the whole, problem reaction solution thing. You need conflict so you can roll in with your military and take more control over everything, and that's what it wants. That beast, it wants control over everything, and it's not happy until it has control over everything.
And
that's
of course, one of the most, probably the most corrupt countries has the biggest gun to 5, which is the U.S. owns the largest nuclear arsenal out of.
It's not.
No. That should be North Korea.
That's true.
That should be North Korea. North Korea, yes.
Yeah, the nuclear weapons aren't really usable anymore, but they have military might and ways that make nuclear bombs obsolete. They swoop in and EMP all your communications and just set up their own, and before you know it, they're in complete control of your country. Like, no country has anything to really, counter that machine with. Not even fucking China, and that's why people should be waking now with all the warmongering around China. Are they trying to start a war with China? What would the purpose be? Are they just trying to take control of the factories so they can continue what they're doing?
One of the things that pissed me off when, I'm not trying to say that I think this system is a good thing or not, or that I support either candidates, but Trump actually made a lot of peace treaties, and Biden swooped in and fucked a lot of shit up. At least when it comes to that kind of thing.
Well, Biden is a puppet. He didn't swoop anywhere. He was put there on purpose by the military machine. And that's
true.
How it is. Like, senile uncle. Like, come on. He calls like real well-known doctors, like Dr. Baker for Dr. Pepper and stuff like he's so far gone that everybody sees it. So how you can still keep the illusion that a president has power or control over anything, that is beyond me. I don't get that. That's the oldest myth in the world. And Ronald Reagan should have, debunked that. He was straight up senile. He was straight up fucking senile, and he was the president.
Biden.
Do you remember who Ronald Reagan's vice president was at the time?
Oh, I remember well. Trust me. Like boom, bang, crap. Trust me.
Gee, that was the Iran-Contra years. That was during the time when young Bill Clinton became the youngest governor of Arkansas. Like, there was a lot going on at that time. It was a popular time.
Don't even get me started.
Because they had some senile old man who he kept the whole thing distract. Everybody kept their eyes on that senile old man, and now they're running the same scam again with another senile old man. Like,
I see a pattern emerging.
It should be obvious.
So what is the solution to this? Do we walk into the freaking White House and just?
Well, this is my point, right? There is no one solution. Please continue.
Well, to take out the senile old man, that's That's what I'm just focusing on. It's like,
Take him
but
out,
that's what I'm.
like to
The
dinner
senile
or to a
old man is
movie
distraction.
for some Maccas, or
Like, come on. Like,
no, what I'm saying is, how do you
this
take
guy?
the senile old?
Let me talk. Okay, this guy
I
was
want
put
to
there to
confirm.
distract you. I just told you that, and you want to go in and remove him? Like,
No,
that's
no.
exactly the problem. That's what I'm saying. What we should be doing is playing the game the right way. That thing is susceptible to greed. Just let me talk, okay? That still is something we can do. We can pay it off because, you know, a greedy person will sell you the gun that you shoot him with. That's the whole point of this. These people are stupid at the end of the day, and they don't get it. If we're coming with a lot of money, it's going to look like it's payday for them. You know, we can pay our way. We can pay our way to reach. It's your turn.
What I'm saying is, how do we take him out of the picture so he's no longer a distraction? I'm not saying that we focus on him specifically. I'm just saying.
But that's again, we need to get people's attention over on something else.
Yeah,
and
so you
that's
just
how you
ignore
do
him.
it. That's how you play the game. And if we
ignore him.
have
Biden
yeah, exactly. But just let me say this, okay? If we have a bigger, more entertaining thing, then of course that is what's going to get attention. And at the end of the day, normal people talking about anything online is such a rare event that, like, if we got that up and you know, out to people, of course it would catch on. It's something, it's unthinkable for certain people that you could just have an open mic. What the hell kind of concept?
Sorry, I don't pay any attention to politics at all. I just find the entire thing disgusting.
When you sort of keep an eye on geopolitics and what's happening to, you know, understand why one place has been attacked while another place has been, you know, subverted through agent provocateurs and all of that, and you see the financial connections and where those financial connections are connected, and like you follow the money and you see this intricate web. So it inevitably cuts through pretty much all areas of politics through certain corrupt officials. And it's those that need to be severed. It's like everybody focuses on the guy that's going to be in there for 4 years, 4 to 8 years, but ignore the guys sitting in Congress for 30 to 40 years.
Exactly. Which is why I don't plan on ever voting for a president at all. I think that even if you try, like, your vote basically doesn't matter because the Electoral College makes up their mind.
And don't forget the super delegates as well. So there are two systems in place, two levers in place, as Ryan Christian from The Last American Vagabond puts it, for them to control the outcome to be whatever it is they want it to be.
Exactly.
You know, if they don't do it with the super delegates, the Electoral College will step in.
They say that
or vice versa.
That this country is too big for a direct democracy, so they put it in.
That's an excuse, and then create a system to fix it.
It is an excuse, and
yeah, but at the end of the day,
mechanism.
Even in my history class, they're saying that countries are too big. Some countries are too big to use direct democracy. Why the fuck is that?
Yeah, but the thing is that most countries and entities as a whole, and of course the world together, is too big to run in any central way. It needs to be run by, you know, common sense principles in local, you know, local systems. If you're trying to govern something centrally that you have no connection to at all, a lot of problems arises automatically.
It does.
Especially when it comes to the whole empath thing and understanding that you're like taking money away from grandma or whatever. It doesn't compute to these people who sit in this central position of authority. And that's what we're saying. we need to, build it down and make it local authority instead. And that's where the direct democracy comes in. It's not a problem at all. But as a behemoth, this thing isn't runnable in any doable way from a central position. That's something everybody should understand by now.
I would like to interject. The argument I will say about you and saying about central government, I agree with that. That it's not able to be properly run by a central piece. And I'm going to bring this to my beliefs. People say that if the world were to be run as, or like a country were to be run as in the anarchy, with an anarchic with as an anarchy, it would just be torn to complete shreds. And they're comparing it to the world that existed. I don't like over to like when cavemen were around, basically. But exactly, yeah, that's that's my point. That's true, and I'm getting to my point. So the comparison of this modern world going back into to a caveman type thing is completely unrealistic, because back then it was survival of the fittest. Comparing this modern world to then is an unfair comparison, because now we're a lot more civilized in a sense. That's true. What I'm saying is, my point
And there's
is,
a reason we call. And there's a reason we refer to capitalism as predatory capitalism, and that's what it is. It's a predatory system. It's based on the same principles you're trying to talk about, cavemen. That's the caveman system we're trying to get rid of, dude.
exactly. That's why I think anar- in a sense anarchy is a way to go. Maybe not full on anarchy, but a hybrid version of anarchy and possibly something else.
Well, it's called anarchism, and we have quite a lot of writing done on it. We don't have any problem with the theory as such, but we have this beast, this machine standing against us and a functional world.
That shuts it all
at
out.
the end of the day, this is a question of, do you want functionality? Do you want to give your children a world that is functional, or do you want to give them that Mad Max aftermath scenario? Ask yourself that question. Well, contemplation time, I guess. Did everybody run out of stuff to talk about?
That all depends.
I mean, I have an entire archive of information that I could just go through and list off things.
Well, go on, I guess.
All right, one sec.
But yeah, we have been on for over 5 hours, so I don't know if anybody has, anything specific they want to add. Yeah, in that case, I suggest we end the stream and say goodnight to our audience.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
But
yeah, jump on, people. We want your participation. Just jump in and start talking.
Anyone and everyone.
Did you guys observe something? The number of audience we had yesterday was the same number of audience we are seeing today. Like the same people that partook yesterday is the same set of people that are still partaking today.
and it doesn't matter nationality or your age. You're not going to be judged. You're going
There
to
was
be
a lot
treated
more
as equal.
people earlier, and that is correct, V.
Yeah. It doesn't matter gender, sexuality. No, basically, it doesn't matter who the hell you are. You're going to be your voice is going to be heard here.
As long as you have the ability to speak or type.
Yeah. If you don't got any of those abilities, you're basically fucked.
No, well, they can listen.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, guys, have you guys decided on the heads up?
So yeah, did we say goodnight?
Good night, everybody. Sleep well.
All right.
Good night.
Thank you for tuning in.
Yep. Yes.